speech after we win.
And you are in some serious trouble in your personal life over this. Am I right?
That is correct.
What happened?
Well, unfortunately, I lost my job.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula.
Episode 124, No One's Going to Jail.
With special guest,
The Last American Vagabond, RYAN CRISTIÁN.
DON DeBAR.
From LA's World Harvest Food Bank, Glenn Quarado and Christia Serpis.
And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go, guys. Welcome, everyone, to The Homeless Left. I am your host, Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news show. Welcome, everyone. Those returning, those are stumbling on us for the first time. What we do here is we give you guys the best, most honest, most available assessment we can of day-to-day news and day-to-day happenings as it affects us here. It affects us globally, anywhere from the neighborhood to, you know, the entire country and to the entire globe. All of these things that keep happening day to day, we have to start looking at the world with non-tribal lenses. That's taking off those goggles that kind of give us that vision that is obstructed, and we take those goggles off and we start using our critical thinking skills once again, and that's what it's about here on this show. And so today, I mean, just what we just saw, guys, that opening, that was the far right conservative. His name was Pine Sap. And after his debate with Mehdi Hassan, he gets fired, and he's calling it, you know, cancel culture. But his self-proclaimed fascist anti-free speech views, it's kind of ironic to get fired for having views against anti-speech, which is basically pro-censorship. So very ironic how that turned out. But good thing he didn't hold up a Free Palestine sign, because otherwise he would have been deported. So today's show, we're calling it No One's Going to Jail. We're going to be joined soon by our co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. We also have on the ground correspondent. He always comes to us from different locations, but he's our guest correspondent today. DON DeBAR will be checking in on situation in Ukraine. We have our guest RYAN CRISTIÁN. You guys know him, the Last American Vagabond, will be joining us a little later in the show. And then after that, we have we're going to be talking about the ICE raids and where we're at with that here in LA. And we're going to be talking to some local food bank managers, owners of a food bank here called World Harvest. And we're going to get an actual assessment from the ground, what's happening here. And because this is kind of, LA has been the pinnacle of, as we watch it, and to see how these raids have transpired throughout these several weeks, what's to come next. LA is what we kind of have to keep our eye on to see what the next trajectory is. And we know that Palantir has been behind all of the bad operations, the nefarious database collecting and targeting and AI and all that stuff, not just here, but overseas. We're using it, same technology with Israel and all of the shenanigans in the Middle East, all going through the same technology, the AI detection system, this new system. We basically, it's modeled off of a Minority Report, using an algorithm to, you guys know the drill. So all of it's connected, man. It's all connected. And so, yeah, it's going to be a loaded show here, guys. We'll be interacting with you as well on Talking Back. So you guys can always get your comments read. Just, you know, throw them up on whatever you're watching us on right now. You guys could be on our new YouTube channel. That's THL Presents on YouTube. Very new, actually. We just started in January, and it's seemingly working out. Why didn't we have a YouTube channel before, you guys ask? Well, simple answer to that, our original channel got terminated. We were told we're not allowed to have these conversations. We're not allowed to ask questions. We're not allowed to talk about things that might go against the agreed upon state narrative or mainstream narrative, because that's disruptive and we might confuse people, and they might, as you guys know, words are dangerous. Words are violence. That's the age we live in. So be very careful. Warning for today's show. Graphic content, graphic words will be said, and you might get injured by those words. So just be very careful. You might want to put on a protective gear before going into today's show with us. So yeah, that's warnings there. And then of course, here we are on the Homeless Left, on Rumble, on Twitter. They haven't pulled the plug on us, but we do have an algorithm problem for sure. It is definitely collecting our data. Both of these channels like doing that. So we have to point that problem out, but at least they haven't, the folks at X and Rumble have not actually pulled the plug on us. So we thank you for that. You guys can always go back and watch all of our lives. We keep them all up. Everything we've ever done, we stand behind it. Even as we evolve with new information, new opinions, aha moments that we have on the show a lot. We stand by everything. We don't take down our Twitter posts. We don't hide behind something because we have to maneuver with the thing that is, puppeteering us. No, because we don't have any puppeteers. We're doing this on our own. So again, we stand behind everything. You guys can watch it all. Choose a segment to watch. It's all there on our Rumble channel. Thank you guys for being part of the Homeless Left. And why don't we go ahead and get to the show today, which go ahead and we'll bring in today's co-host. You know him, you love him. Please welcome Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's going on, Matt? It's good to be back. I hope you like my shirt. I bought it so we wouldn't match, and I got it just for this show today. So I hope I'm looking good. I actually got a little cocky with all the weight I lost, and I bought a large. And then I bought the pair of pants to match at 36-30. It was just a little bit too snug. I could have probably waited a little bit and fit into it, but trying to get back to my high school weight, I was a little cocky, but I went back to Marshall's. I picked up an extra large, and I hope I'm looking pretty for you today, my friend.
Man, you are looking sharp indeed, man. And I'm liking you on this Tuesday spa with us. But yeah, man, wherever you can come, man, we just love whenever you are able to come on. I know you're juggling a bunch of stuff, and I know you're back. But you're definitely in your top game right now. I can tell. I can feel the energy, man. So I'm excited.
Well, let me say this much: next Tuesday, get Jay back in, and I'll do Thursday because I'll be in California. I'm taking a trip out there. I'm going to see some friends. There's a close couple of friends of mine that just got married, and I got to see them. You know what I'm saying? I was at their wedding, and I got to see them. So that's number one. And then I got some other things to take care of. Also got to get some new pictures done for some of the promo stuff for Truthwire and my show Drive Time. So going to get some new headshots too as well. All that stuff. Try to kill two birds with one stone. But this is one of the first times I'm traveling since April. In April, I traveled with a lot of prednisone. I have some prednisone would travel with me, but just trying to get my health in order, and I'm very vocal about that and talking about that because I think these are things we need to constantly discuss. Coming out of COVID, everything is turned upside down, right? But there's a knee-jerk reaction to think that anything coming from Western media is bad. That's not the case, right? It's not great. And, obviously you have a lot of experience with this with Leslie, and she can tell you a lot what's going on. It does suck because it's built on a for-profit motive, but there are situations, and RYAN CRISTIÁN, who's coming on today, and I appreciate you saying his name right, CRISTIÁN. You didn't say it right in the intro, but you said it right just recently.
Yeah.
Hey, you said RYAN CRISTIÁN. But anyways, just kidding. It's important because he would call it battlefield healthcare, just enough to get you healthy enough just to get you on the battlefield. But when you're going through some serious pain and stress, sometimes you got to dip into the Western medicine. And I hesitated to do it, and I was in that bed a lot, Now, I won't have any regrets. I tried to handle things the right way, alternative medicine, supplements, serious diet, losing all this weight, addressing the gut. But even the Chinese medicine I use, the acupuncture, I think that could be played in. And we should have an understanding of what's going on. And it's very important, Matt, with the alternative medicine and the Chinese medicine, that those are implemented into when eventually we get a healthcare program, you know what I'm saying? Which I like the public option. And if it was my choice, I would want single player across the board, right? I would say to do that. But only way this country will buy into it is if they have the choice to opt into it or not. So the only way we do get it done is a public option. We can move on from there, but right now, I think that's important. And if you look at Bernie's bill or Pramila Jayapal's bill, No Western, no Eastern medicine there. No alternative medicine is there. And make no mistake about it, the Western medicine just deals with the symptoms, and that's the problem, right? They're just now starting to look in the gut. The alternative medicine, they're living in the gut, and your gut's your second brain, and you need to take care of it.
Well said, man. You made a great case. And I know we were talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene the other day on Truthwire, and it comes up like, are we inching our way closer to alignment with a real populist movement when we understand that we kind of want the same things, and we just kind of maybe been tricked into being in our little clubs where, our club is not supposed to be for healthcare for people. But then we see that, wait, why are we giving it to Israel? So I appreciated that optimism on your end that maybe we can actually, as we talk about healthcare, we talk about these things. These are like rights that we should have access because we give it to everybody else. Everybody else has it except us. So yeah, we're inching closer to alignment on some of these kind of no-brain issues. Now, how you go about it, that's different, but we have to, I think the ideology, we're closer on it than we ever thought before, as far as the needs and the wants and just what we demand as humanity. We demand certain things. And I think we can start to agree and come together with other like-minded populists that are sick of the two-party duopoly. So yeah, baby steps sometimes, I guess. But here we are. Let's go ahead and kick off the Real Fake News update. We like to start off on Tuesdays with this. Here we go. It's a Real Fake News update, not brought to you by Pfizer. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasa Jardula, and we've noticed that the word Russiagate has been coming up a little more often this week. I wonder what's going on. Well, it seems that the Dems, the mainstream media in general, not to mention Trump and his team, are now, I guess you would say, Russiagating the Epstein situation, which is a great idea. If you're in the team meeting with Trump, you're like, let's distract him with this big one and get this out there in the mainstream again. So just a reminder for those of you who weren't paying attention the last several years, here's a little clip show of all the lying and deceiving about Russia hacking our election from all our trusted news anchors at the mainstream media outlets. Enjoy.
The election to elect Trump is the end of our democracy. Votes were definitely affected. Russia hacked the election to tilt it to Mr. Trump.
The Russians definitively hacked the election.
Russia did hack the election.
No doubt. The Russians hacked the election.
Yes, Russia hacked the election.
Fact, Russia hacked the election.
President-elect Donald Trump still not sounding convinced that Russia hacked the election.
The president does not want to come to terms with the fact that the Russians hacked the election.
President Trump says he still wonders if the Russians hacked the election.
If you can get him to accept that Russia hacked the election, see if you can get him to accept who won the Civil War.
If he admits it, it casts a shadow on his victory over Hillary Clinton.
Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked the election.
Let's be clear, Russia hacked the election.
Definitively, Russia hacked the election, and Russia is doing it again now.
Election-related cyber hacking.
Cyber hacking of U.S. elections. Cyber hacking of the election.
Russia was cyber hacking the election.
Russia was cyber hacking the election.
The CIA, the FBI, NSA.
All of these intelligence organizations.
17 intelligence agencies.
All conclude that Russia hacked the election.
Okay. And that goes on from there.
David Corn, you don't want to get David Corn? Jesus. Cornball. I mean, it's okay. Yeah. It's we saw it all. We heard it all. I mean, all I have to say really quickly, I know you got some things to piggyback off that. How embarrassing at this point. Are they not embarrassed? And why didn't anybody go to jail or lose their job or get the shit? Why are we still listening to these same people? Because well, I'm not. I'm asking the public why they are.
It's maybe less and less are. Maybe the idea is that we've been fooled so many times that now we understand the game plan. It's nobody ever goes to jail. That's the point. This is all hype. This is all to get you angry, make you think that your side is going after the other side, whether legitimately or illegitimately. It always ends up the same results as nobody goes to jail. So why is this coming up now? Well, Trump did look. I'm not credit where credit's due, but if you're gonna put yourself in a corner for whatever reason with Epstein, you got to figure out how to maneuver out of that. The way you maneuver out of that is you plant a seed. And this is what he did, right? This is a few weeks ago when he was cornered on Epstein. He said, it's the Democrats doing this. They're Russiagating us with Epstein. So it got people thinking again about, oh, that's right. The Democrats never had to pay for that. And that was a real thing. Oh, but they're not doing that with Epstein. No, that's not what's happening. But it was a seed that he planted to get people thinking again about it. And then he drops this on Truth Social. And this is where things are getting a little, I guess, a little interesting now. Where Trump's saying Obama himself manufactured the Russia hoax. Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe, and numerous others participated in this. The crime of the century, irrefutable evidence, a major threat to our country. When he's talking about irrefutable evidence, and I just want to remind our viewers, and you guys know, obviously, Pasa, you know this, this isn't some great big discovery. We've known this. We followed the paper trail from the beginning. Nothing new's coming out. But for Trump to tweet this, that this is irrefutable evidence, again, this is about getting his base off of Epstein and onto this, because what's the next move? Now you have Tulsi. This is what you do when you're the director of national intelligence. You tell the people, again, we're not thinking about Epstein, we're thinking about Obama. Americans will finally learn the truth about how in 2016 intelligence was politicized and weaponized by the most powerful people in the Obama administration to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President Trump, subverting the will of the American people and undermining our democratic republic. Here's how. And she goes on with an entire breakdown. And again, we're telling you guys, we knew about this the whole way. The details. I mean, I'll just throw up this little thing she put together. It looks like it's the conspiracy theory chalkboard, right? We got this connects to this and this. So none of this is like made up out of the blue. The point is that I think it's about putting this out there, getting the base focused on this, as you have people in power. Tulsi is a person in power saying we're going after them now. So I think that is the point of what's happening here. And then I'll just say this. Now the mainstream is, well, I guess on Fox. It's a little different on MSNBC and CNN. This is where they play their little roles of which side they're going to be protecting. And I'll just play this clip and I'll pass to you. But this is at least Fox bringing somebody on. This is Representative Byron Donalds to explain exactly why we got away, why the mainstream media pushed these lies and leaving us where we are now. So at least they did a little bit of truth telling here on Fox.
Was it that this cabal of senior people in the Obama White House was able to convince so many people of this lie when they had no evidence whatsoever of it?
Well, they got away with it because once they leaked these false narratives and false reports, you had big media organizations who just went lock, stock, and barrel, did not fact check, did not go and do the extra work, did not do any due diligence whatsoever. They just followed and towed the company line. And then you have the deep careers in the intelligence community who either they were afraid of being fired or having their clearances revoked, or B, were so concerned about a Donald Trump presidency that they felt it was okay to concoct false information into the American people, into the body politic. So Anna is completely correct. There need to be arrests on this matter. People need to go to jail on this because this is about the republic. This is not about one president. It is about the presidency and the continuation of our country.
So again, nothing off about what he's saying. Nothing. Tulsi's putting this information out. We've already had the information, and this is a question. And I'll just throw it to you, Craig. But the question I'm thinking, and I hope the MAGA base is thinking this. Obviously, the timing, the distraction from Epstein, but even more than that, why are you asking the question? Why didn't Trump go after Obama the first term? We had all this information. Why now? So when we hear guys like this saying people need to go to jail, you and I know. That's probably not going to be happening yet again. Your thoughts, Craig?
The same reason why Obama didn't go after Bush, George W. Bush, because they play on the same team, and everything we're seeing in front of us is nothing more than theatrics and kabuki theater. And despite Obama, what he did, and obviously it was the whole. And let me tell you something. It's not just Obama himself, right? He went because his team, the establishment on both sides, went with him. At the end of the day, when Russiagate came to play, there was a lot of Republicans who stayed silent on this whole thing. They didn't step forth, carve a hearing. Let's bring the evidence up there. Let's talk about this. Let's make sure that we're maintaining peace with our adversary in a nuclear nation, Russia. No, they use this, and people like Josh Hawley, Lindsey Graham, who hate Vladimir Putin, who hate the Russian Federation, they allowed this to slip because then therefore they knew at the very least, if what we see in front of us is actually happening, that it would neuter Donald Trump, right? He wouldn't be able to go and try to be friends with Putin too much because it would make him look bad. Remember, anytime you try to talk with peace with Putin, he's his puppet, he's this, he's terrible. Meanwhile, Netanyahu, they all of a sudden they're silent on that one. He's pulling the chair out. But just like in the 2020 election, and it drives me crazy because everybody talks about the 2020 election, but Republicans don't want to talk about the election in 2000 and 2008 when George W. Bush stole 2 elections. They constantly do the same thing and just change sides. All this is right now is a distraction. You want to go after Obama? Go after him for his war crimes. But then guess what? You have your war crimes there. Just like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer wouldn't go after Donald Trump for emoluments. They could easily. The business that guy does in Dubai and Qatar and all these other countries, right? That's the whole jet. That's just like, that's an emolument clause. You can't, you're going to give you a freaking jet and then you're going to put it in your library. That's bribing you, right? To do things for them. You can't do that. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer didn't go after him for the emoluments clause because they were guilty of it too, right? And I don't know what Tulsi's role is here. Tulsi is a battered woman in the political field. She took some shit on the chin that nobody in the Democratic Party took. I mean, I guess that's, I don't know if this was the script, but, she looked like she had balls when she gave up the vice chair to say what's going on with Bernie Sanders is wrong. They called her Islamophobe, which she's, unfortunately kind of given them ammunition as of late. But, I mean, she took so much shit. They wouldn't let her in a debate that she qualified for. Bernie Sanders wouldn't even speak up for her. And, her attitude towards Sunni extremist Muslims because she spent some time in Iraq as a soldier. So all her energy now with these attacks and doing this stuff, it almost feels like a battered person coming back for revenge. You know what I'm saying? Because if she's willing to, if she wants to be a straight arrow Gennaro and hold everybody accountable, she's got a lot of people in her own administration right now that can be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? And what's going on. She should be more concerned with what's going on right now. So yeah, at least that's the way I think.
Yeah. And we just have to stay ahead of this. We anticipated this stuff was happening. It's not a shock. And again, like we have the records, we have the paper trail. Everything in this that Tulsi's putting out is information we've had. We know about the Mueller report. We know that everything has been faked. We know that Hillary Clinton's involvement. We know Barack Obama's involvement. So let's see how far.
So, Matt, really quickly though, but why do you think then so many Republicans stayed silent about this? They didn't have hearings and say that we can't do this. We're really getting bad with a foreign nation here that has nuclear weapons. We don't want that. We want to. Why did so many Republicans? And let's not forget the Steele dossier that was started by Republicans too, because they were looking for leverage against Donald Trump as he was coming in, or at least that's what it appeared to be like. But then Israel's like, no, we got him. He's on our payroll. Miriam just tipped him off. But why do you think so many Republicans stayed so silent on it when we knew all this information that Tulsi's talking about?
I mean, look, it's always the end result. No one ever goes to jail. So that's our starting point. We know that. That's the result. So how do you get there? Well, it depends on you have to kind of put your finger to the wind and say, what is the vibe right now? And at that time in 2017, right, there was this vibe of, we got him in, let's just move forward. It was pretty easy to do that. Kind of as easy as Obama telling us the way I prosecute is I don't look backwards, I look forward. That's why we're not going to look into Abu Ghraib or we're not going to look into any of the illegal torture programs or any of that. We're just going to move forward. And we all kind of was like, okay. So I think there was a similar vibe in the Republican Party at the time. And the idea of locking her up, that he ran on, remember, lock her up. It was just about the idea that it was put out there, but not that he was going to focus on it. I think now the wind has changed. Now you got to start saying more, I guess, harsh verbiage about this. The way, and I say harsh in the sense that it's more direct. It's more like, Obama, you committed illegal activity. They all did. So you're saying the right things now, but it's just based on the wind. But we're going to still have the same outcome, which is no one goes to jail. So what's the point at all? It's all theater anyway.
It's just distraction, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right now,
yeah,
whatever Obama did, and Obama's a bad dude. And by the way, it was 2000 and 2004 were the elections. I'm sorry, Those are the 2 elections that George W. Bush stole. I want to be correct on my dates. But I mean, what's going on right now with the Trump campaign and their failures has nothing to do with Barack Obama. Everything that could happen, whether it be Epstein files, the marketing says and the law says we can technically see them if the president releases them. All of them, right? He hasn't done that. Without redaction, he could do that. He could end the Ukraine war by cutting off the spigot right away. He doesn't have to go to Congress. It's the AUMF. They have so much power in foreign policy, the president, and less domestic power, but he does nothing. So all these, he's the one who signed the contracts to Palantir for coming in, not Obama. I mean, Obama did, but he's continuing it. That's got nothing to do with Obama. That's him. But once again, it's just a continuation of the other one, and it's a distraction.
Yeah.
Trump is not going to wiggle away from his problems right now, despite how many times he screams Obama and Hillary Clinton. I think he's doing this, Matt, because I heard he watched The Homeless Left last week, and I said that Obama's got a better report card now than Donald Trump. So he's pissed off that he attacked Obama after I said that. Just want to say that.
That checks out, Craig. That checks out. We got it.
Right.
Yeah. We're not going to have that. Yeah.
Now he's lashing out at Barack.
Yeah, for sure. I want to do a follow-up on this real fake news, other real fake news story, which I think we covered on Truthwire as far as the Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to put an amendment out there on the Israel bill, and that not really not sitting well with some of our quote unquote radical lefties who are supposed to be anti-war. Interesting. So we know that AOC went a little nuts on this. This was her response to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who basically just kind of exposed her without even mentioning her name. So just to be clear, Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't go after AOC, but AOC looks like a fool here, and she's saying, "Oh no, the amendment, it doesn't really cut off any offensive aid." So that's why I didn't do the amendment, because I don't want a genocide to happen, and what it does do is it cuts off defensive Iron Dome capabilities, and like that's the giveaway, that's the tell that AOC is doing this. And what I loved about this, Craig, is Can you make that make sense? Well, there's nothing there. You can't, other than the fact that we've heard the language before. We've heard it by Bernie. So they talk about the Iron Dome and how important it is. I think as we get further into the genocide, it's harder and harder to be like, wait, what the hell did you just say? It doesn't make any sense. You're right, 100%. But she got a little upset by all the backlash. She's saying, no, Google's free. If you're saying I voted for military funding, you are lying. Receipts attached. Drag me from my positions all you want, but lying about them doesn't make you part of the left. And this is where she got, this is a little too far here, AOC. If you believe neo-Nazis are welcome and operating in good faith, you can have them. Not the best choice of words there, AOC. Anybody against genocide, I guess, is a neo-Nazi. Well, of course, our lefty friends in our camps, in our area of, we know we out-left the left. That's the problem. We out-left the left. AOC's not radical, and we can tell by these responses. There's Jose Vega. First of all, what do you mean by neo-Nazis? Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are you also including Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, who also voted with her, right? Secondly, this has never had to do anything with you voting no on the overall bill. You did this for political posturing since you have aspirations to run for higher office. You don't want the media headlines to say AOC and MTG work together in an anti-Semitic amendment. Oh, that might be it. Good call on that, Jose. So it's not principled, it's posturing. And your base can see it. Everyday people can see it. It's gross. Sabby Sabs. So Rashida, Elon, Summer, and Al Green are Nazis. Okay. You admitted you wanted to protect the Iron Dome. That's why you voted against it. You're crashing out in real time. RBN, AOC gaslighting us for Zionists again, just like there was no one working tirelessly on a ceasefire. Her job is lying. She refused to cut genocide spending, now flashing a different vote to deflect, framing anti-Israel amendment as neo-Nazi while supporting real war criminals. And then she goes down, doubles down again. People exploding, this false messaging that I voted for a bill and funding that I quite literally voted no on. The threat environment this morning is scary. Doesn't help anyone. Drag me for the positions if you disagree, but don't lie. It's out of control. Saying I voted for this is false. which is not. So she's doubling down on this BS. And you know, Caitlin Johnstone chimes in. You voted against canceling funding to Israel, which plainly facilitates its military atrocities. And now you're crying about a threat environment when people say so. This is embarrassing. Craig, this is she's kind of got herself in a corner. I don't know how she gets out of this, at least in our area of sight. Obviously, the mainstream's not going to pick this story up at all. They're not even going to tackle it in any way, shape, or form, because that's going to destroy their narrative overall, essentially.
Yeah, but it's still going to do its damage for those who pay attention and are inside the bubble, understanding what she did again. I mean, this is a question, is the political posturing that Jose mentioned. You know, she wants to run for higher office. You don't want to piss Israel off. But how much does Israel control her? Because this is now another vote, you know, the whole crying in front of it, which once again was political theater and stuff so people can see it, you know. And I wonder, we call her AOCIA. Like, she was a plant to get in there. She's got some questionable history that kind of puts her in a position where we think that she was coming from intelligence, right? Not that she got in and then she flipped. There, people will have questions about that, but how much of Israel controls her? You know, how much of a plant is she? I mean, this thing goes deep because she couldn't even vote there and stuff. And it's so weird. You think that she would be able to vote with the crew because it wasn't going to pass anyways, just so they can provide her cover. You know, whoever's running stuff over there. But I mean, if she did this by free will, wow, what a bad move. And it won't be forgotten because it just solidified the whole crying in front of Mama Bear and Mama Bear making her change her vote. So more of the same from AOC.
Yeah. And here's Max Blumenthal pointing this out, which you were alluding to there, Craig. AOC's career was launched by two Israeli venture capitalists, Joe Rabi and Chenai Yerushalmi of Gage Strategies. The origin story is left out of her bio, but suggests an Obama-esque trajectory towards national power. As with Obama, the signs of sellout were always there. And there's the from Times of Israel. It's the two Israeli startup entrepreneurs who played roles in the rise of AOC. Yeah. So that's historical context is important. And shout out to Max.
She's a secret Zionist.
I mean, that's it. That's the only thing that can justify this. And then I wanted to put this up on your show yesterday, but I'll save it for right now. We'll just top it off with this. Here we go. That's the dress, baby. That's the revised 2.0 dress. It's missiles for Israel. There
she
you
is
go.
without a doubt the biggest phony we have in our political discourse today. She is just unbelievably. She's sad.
Yeah. Excellent.
And you're right. This is a great segment because it's not going to be talked about, but we get to talk about it on the underground, and those in the know and those who are in the tribe, meaning just paying attention to the political discourse out there, they know.
They know. And that is
we know. What movie?
Wait, hold on. I'm missing the reference. Do it again.
Wait, he goes, you can't leave anything out. Can't leave anything back now. We know.
Damn it. I'm
Bob Costas in Waterboy when he goes, can't leave anything back now. Lynn Swan kept saying it. And then obviously goes, yeah, this is the last game of the season. You can't leave it. We know.
One of his very few funny movies.
It was Brett who? Was it? It wasn't Bob Costas. It was Brett Gumbel. No, not Brett Gumbel. It was, I forgot. It might have been Bob Costas. I don't know.
It could have been Bob. Yeah, he was.
No, who was in the Waterboy? Waterboy was great.
Yeah. It was probably, you were probably right. It's probably Costas playing himself on that one.
No, it's Brett. What's his name? Brett. I'm gonna look right now. But anyways,
right,
let's do the tagline so we can do.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I've been doing.
I know.
Okay. So that's your real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. There we go. Okay. Okay. You look that up. We'll get that info. But in the meantime, I think it's we should be bringing in
Brent Musburger.
Let's go ahead and bring in our next guest because we got a little.
Did you hear?
Oh, he's here. He's ready to go.
No, did you hear who it was? It was Brent Musburger.
Oh, yeah.
You're a sports guy. Brent Musburger, Lynn Swan, and Lee Corso was there. There's those three. Sorry.
It's good. No, those are fun facts.
It's Giodo.
We'll go back and watch Waterboy.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out again. It's been a while. Okay. let's get on to our next story. We're going to get into some Ukraine happenings, and what better way to do that but bringing in our next guest, regular on our show, independent journalist. We look up to this guy because he puts all the courage. He puts the courage back into journalism. Please welcome back to the show, DON DeBAR.
Hey guys.
Hey Don.
Hey, Austin, man, you got to sit sideways. You're losing so damn much weight, I can't see you.
You look good. Look at that tan and that haircut. Holy shit, Donnie, you look good over there, baby.
You go to Hollywood, baby.
Look at you. What do you? Wow, you've been doing some health choices, haven't you?
Yeah, some. The next health choice I have to do is the seafood diet, which is to not eat food just because I see food.
Yeah.
The seafood.
If I can catch it, I've been like catching it. If you do.
But you look great too, man. Thank you so much. You know,
you look good, man.
Thank you.
So do you, my friend Matt. That looks all right, man.
Matt looks the same. Yeah, he looks the same.
No, you both look great. You guys are, and you could feel the positive because it's not just that when you look good, you feel good, you emulate it. It's all good. It's contagious. So
I hope it's not.
He looks like Donnie looks like he's about to go whack somebody with Bobby Bacala in about 2 seconds, and down in Florida over there, somebody's hiding out. Didn't want to pay the vig. I'm sending Donnie D to go get him. Look at him.
Hey, I want to make you an offer you can't refuse.
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
Okay. We're talking about Ukraine, right?
We are talking about Ukraine. So I'll just throw this up. This is the last week we heard this was Trump's little maneuver when he says, "Oh, we're going to do the weapons to Ukraine." Absolutely. But we're going to go around. We're not going to actually foot the bill. We're going to put it on NATO. So it's a big win. And according to RT and Axios, it's only reported to be a first wave. So this is just 10 billion going for more weapons. This includes missiles, air defenses, artillery. I mean, this is just ongoing. It won't stop. This can't be sustainable. But we heard this last week, and there's not really much, pushback coming at all, because as we all know, the Ukraine issue is one that both parties are 100% aligned on. So when you have these type of weapons deal, nobody's pushing back on the Democrats or the Republicans. So what's going on here, Don? Can you give us a perspective here on, how bad is this right now?
And can I really quickly, Don, just also add to his thing? How do you feel now as opposed to April, May? I went out and shot a pilot because I thought they were going to end this war and be back to business. But what are your feelings now today where we sit as opposed to the possibilities that were 4 months ago?
Well, first, you should have called me and asked me about that before you invested the time. Because 8 years ago, almost to the day, Trump ran in 2016 saying he was going to settle the business with Russia and we should make money with them instead of getting ready for a war and all of that stuff, and discussing Ukraine, what really happened with Biden and all of that. And that was one of the reasons that a good number of people voted for him that would have never considered voting for a Republican or particularly for him. And yet what happened was in mid-July, I think it was July 16th, if I'm right, somewhere around mid-July of 2017, the House of Representatives voted almost unanimously to slap sanctions on Russia, not just more sanctions on Russia. Trump was talking about, the same way he's doing now. Well, the president has vast powers. I can lift some of those sanctions, and it gives me leverage for negotiating and yada, yada. He was trying to move towards that against basically the establishment of both parties and whoever really owns them. And so the move was that they almost unanimously, after the New York Times is calling him Putin's puppet, and like Charles Blow, I think, was actually calling for him to be charged and convicted of treason, which carries a death penalty. So they voted almost unanimously. It was out of, you got the 435 members of the House and 100 members of the Senate, so 535. Out of that, something like 517 voted to impose additional sanctions on Russia And by the way, on North Korea, who he had gone from, here's my button, it's bigger than yours, I'm going to blow you up, to, hey, I can make some deals with this guy. And on Iran, who suddenly seeing what had happened with North Korea thought, oh, wow, all that stuff he was talking before is just a prelude. He's going to do what Nixon could go to China and make some deals. There were some hopeful moments there that got completely usurped by the Congress because Trump now, A, was going to be overridden if he vetoed it, and so it was going to become law, and B, had to either take that as an additional 24/7. Trump sat in front of me in kindergarten and used to pass gas. Trump dated my sister's dog. All the 24/7 that has been going on since he announced he was running. Now, I don't give a good gosh, golly gee willikers about him. He's a slime ball like the rest of them. That's the nature of the beast. But in terms of looking at what are we seeing with output with respect to U.S. policy towards Russia, despite what this one or that one said they were going to do, you have to consider the mechanical operation of the thing we're looking at, which is the U.S. government and the making of foreign policy for the U.S. government. And the raising of these questions by Trump, which has been a novelty since maybe Gerald Ford, really Richard Nixon, because even Carter started the Cold War back up. Raising of these questions is a novelty. And whether he did it to succor us, quote unquote, in a dance with somebody else, doesn't matter. What we're looking at is an environment where somebody decided they had to do that. What exactly has changed? What does it mean in terms of our being able to actually achieve? We actually want the policy of peaceful relations with everybody. And if we're going to have it, we're going to have to be the actors. If it's Trump that's going to be the agent of doing it and he wishes to do it, he needs to know that he's surrounded with support for doing this. And if it's going to be Trump forced to do it or forced out for somebody else to do it, then we have to know who's that somebody, what leash do we have on them, how do we get from here to there? This discussion about it as if we're talking about great men of history kind of thing, this powerful player or that powerful player, this one's full of shit, that one's not, maybe today that one is. It's all that's the shit show over there. The policy gets made, okay, it does get made. There's a way that it gets made, and there's a way that people, insurgents, challenge the policy, whether it's visible to us or not, because it does change from time to time. But it hasn't changed with respect to the U.S. having a dominant role since in the world, the dominant role in the world since at least World War II. And every time that there's been an acceptance by some in power to, well, we don't really have to run everything. Maybe we can, partner with some people on this or that, like JFK at American University in June of 1963. Then bad things happened to them. The bad thing that happened to us in Trump's first term was that the minute he was about to sit down and talk with Putin and discuss a realignment of U.S. policy with Russia, no matter what he intended to do with it, he was circumscribed from doing that by the Congress in a lockstep that I haven't seen on anything before. I mean, the what do you call it? The Gulf of Tonkin resolution was almost unanimous. It was 98-2 in the Senate. The numbers like that in the middle of the Cold War. That's where we are. So I don't know what it is he could do if he really intended to do this. And I don't know whether he really intends to try to solve this problem or not. And I think we should try to discover that as honestly and accurately as we can. But we have to look at, regardless of what his intent is, what are the implications of not being able to achieve that policy when you had a majority of votes for president at least willing to accept that change in policy, and a good chunk of that actually voting for it, and the system denying it? Is there some frustration in the people that we can organize and apply as a lever, either to force Trump's hand? Not hard to leverage him if we would play the levers. He's got a good chunk, if what we're looking at is accurate, which is another question altogether, but he's got a good chunk of the established order, trying to take him out, like from day one almost. And, some very resolute, if not so big and maybe not so clever support is sticking with it, because this is the first guy that said no to these people, whatever their reasons are. If you withdraw the little support that he's got as leverage, then he goes down. And so maybe the conversation ought to be, look, here's our line in the sand. We want peace with Russia. We want peace with China. We want peace with Iran. We want peace with everybody. We want you to remove the sanctions against Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Zimbabwe, all these places around the world. We want normal relations with other human beings around the planet, and we want you to do it. That's why you have the job.
Yeah.
And so we will hang with you. We will support you. We'll go on the street for you if we actually have somebody that's trying to do that. And if you don't do it, we don't give a damn what they do to you, because they're as bad as you are, as bad as they are.
I mean, that's a tall order to say, give us normal relationships with the world. That's a tall order when the one thing that the one he ran on was Ukraine, ending it in 24 hours. If we can't just
that he ran on that, but that's not the only one.
No, but I'm saying that one is as simple.
That was the
that's as simple as it gets, right? This is the thing you said. You're doing the exact opposite. It's as cut and dry as can be. When you continue to send money, how is there a way that, because I'm with you, Don, on like, let's get that overall message of just stop it with the bullying and these effed up relationships we have with everybody. But can we at least start with Russia in the Ukraine situation, knowing
you have to start? Sorry.
I'm just saying, knowing that there's no other way this thing can end. And a lot of people don't really understand that. They wanted it to end, but they don't even understand that there isn't really any other option. Ukraine can't win this thing. I think, can we start with that? Can we educate people?
You can start anywhere. Okay.
You can start anywhere.
Starting there isn't going to accomplish what needs to be accomplished. That's the problem. The public here in the country doesn't understand the world at all. They've been looking at it through the media since they were born, all of us. And, some of us have looked beyond that, been other places, talked to other people, been involved up to our elbows or our waists or whatever. And so we have a sense of what this beast is, how it works, what its nature is, what it smells and tastes like, all of that other people don't. They're looking at it through like a surveillance camera with somebody giving them a narrative about what they're looking at. The reason to make peace in the war in Ukraine isn't because this one is right and that one is wrong. The reason is, number one, there should be peace everywhere. And number two, this is a major nexus point for the real power that is behind most of the war in the world. I would say all of it in one fashion or another. They want Russia. They want the gold and the oil and the gas and the land and the snow and every other goddamn thing that massive country has. And they also want it done as a potential rival that could either help liberate the planet or dominate it themselves instead of these characters dominating it. And so just arguing that what should happen in Ukraine because it's inevitable, it's better for Ukrainians, it's better for this and that, you end up in the same bullshit argument basically that you have now, which is that, well, you're either Putin's puppet or you're with, democracy as represented by Zelensky or whoever else they put on television tomorrow. The real message has to be, we have to stop making war and we have to stop making weapons and we have to start spending our time and energy and wealth and whatever wherewithal we have on solving our problems as creatures living in a universe that's in motion, that change. Like if you look at it from all these people that are such experts in science since COVID, okay, if you actually look at science, this other crap is like a joke. It's like if you put a microscope on the head of a pin and saw like 150 little critters bouncing around and heard them arguing about politics.
Yeah.
Without understanding where they are and what the hell is going on around them. We have the opportunity to do actual space travel, whether it's with our bodies or sending our machines out or whatever, which means an inexhaustible supply of material to sustain life, and the potential to discover things about the nature of the universe that we live in, like our world, writ large, that were unimaginable, that could perhaps extend our life as a species by 1,000 or 1,000,000 generations, where we might have died with this planet like in 10 million years or whenever the hell the sun is going to flare out or burn up or whatever, to extending it several sun trips beyond it. Who knows what? We have we're done, finished with our world, whenever that is. And if we're going to, right now, we actually have some basic science understanding, some basic tools, and we're already traveling outside of the limits of this planet to explore and study and learn. And so the amount of, first of all, the capital investment required to do that, pales almost everything else that we've done before, building pyramids or dams or all of this. But it's manageable. And it also affords us an opportunity to grow ourselves, our population, our species, beyond the limits of this planet. It's a laugh on the one hand, what's his name, Musk, or these other people talk about terraforming Mars and yada, 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 yada. But you know what? Somebody needs to be thinking about that has an understanding of like big picture stuff, because maybe we're going to have to do that. Or anyway, there's all of that. Talking about what should we be doing instead of building weapons. But if you look down where we are right now, when you have almost 10 million people a year dying of starvation year after year after year after year, when you have a condition where you can conduct a genocide on television, I thought when the Vietnam War was over that no one in the world would ever sit for this again, where we used to watch body counts and see helicopters spraying villages with bullets and all of this. And now we've been watching for 2 years and change, almost 3 years now, this mass murder and extermination of people in Gaza, and it's moving around, the region. Yeah. I don't know how long we survive under those conditions, but I also don't know how long we should even bother to survive under those conditions.
Oh.
You want to have children and bring them in so they can live in that world?
Wow.
What the fuck are we doing?
No, we're getting into nihilism territory here, as far as like, what's the point? No, like what? You're right. I mean, how bad, how low have we sunk? And it's pretty wild. Craig, do you want to piggyback off that, or I wanted to play?
Yeah, I wanted to just really piggyback off there, because I do really know what Don's saying as far as the discourse and the conversations that weren't there that are now here. That's very, very valuable. And I'm not worried so much, nor do I think it's just dangerous that people are still sticking with Trump despite everything. You know what I'm saying? Despite all the woes, besides the disaster, the Epstein situation for his base really hit hard. I don't know why it took kids, being trafficked and not kids from Gaza for them to say no more. He was the peace president. But what I'm worried about is that people are still buying into the system with Donald Trump. That's the problem I have. They're still buying into the two-party illusion. I mean, the way that, people during the George W. Bush time, the Republicans around the Thanksgiving table would echo the same thing. Like when they call Trump a Nazi, well, they called Saddam Hussein a Nazi there too. So it's the same type of language that happens over and over again. And I do think the thing that needs to happen is that we have to have a break from the two-party system, right? Like we have to realize that I have a little leeway because we had Obama, and we said the same things when Obama was in. Oh, it's the lesser of two evils, Don. They're saying that now. What would have happened if we would have had, McCain? What would have had Kamala? So they're saying the same things. It's ego. They don't want to admit that they were wrong. And towards the end of the show, I'll explain to you in closing, Don, at the end of your segment, why we know that Donald Trump is planted and put there for a reason to advance an agenda. But as digressing back to Ukraine, what does he want, Don? What does Donald Trump want to end this war? What is he saying that he wants? I never thought he had the power or the ability to end it. I just didn't think that. I think he's a puppet. He's going to do what he's told to do. But what is the marketing saying? Why is he not only just continuing with sanctions, he's going secondary sanctions now. He's taking this shit to the next level and telling the BRICS nations, that's it. It's square off time. Whistle, put your stick down. Let's go. What does he want, Don?
This is 8 years later, and it's like version 2.0. We have the same thing we saw before. I mean, again, we're talking about trying to decipher something that's indecipherable. We can make educated guesses, deductions. This is what he's thinking. Obviously, this is what he intends to do, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we can, first of all. And secondly, I don't think it matters what he intends to do. What's going to happen is going to be in response to, what we do, basically.
Yeah.
That, look, I don't know what you're going to present as your idea at the end about what you believe this is, what you think he's actually doing and why. I can think of a number of scenarios. Okay, one scenario is that with him, of course, as a puppet or whatever, as an actor, as a face, is that the outcome of the things that are in motion right now, including war with Russia, depending on how that goes, is uncertain to the people who make policy, and so they're trying to allow themselves basically different faces to represent different tracks that they might have to follow. Because you can't disrupt the narrative in such a way that narratives lose their power. So you had all the crap that we heard before about Russia and Putin, and then the crap about Ukraine, and the crap about NATO and everything about it being vulnerable and all this kind of shit. And now we see what happens, and so now either somebody here, there, wherever the hell whatever hole they're in making policy, is going to have to decide, well, are we going to do like a full-scale war? Are we going to do maybe a slight nuclear exchange? Are we going to just, back off that track entirely and see if we can get Russia to partner with us against China? I mean, there's all these different things that are possibilities for the elite here to handle the next phase. And so, they're keeping their options open, and he's the face of one of the options or the circle around you. You have these constituencies that exist on the ground, and they're owned in a way by some of these candidates. I mean, it's an interesting relationship, but, there's the MAGA people, Trumpers, whatever, the idea that suddenly they're abandoning him over this or that or whatever, it's just been played ever since 2016. They've been playing it. Yeah. Just because you have, this particular guy, blogger or whatever, suddenly is dogging Trump because of Epstein, and that was a major thing that's not how things work. I'm looking at they're playing it today. All right, Trump they thrust with Epstein. He parries with, here, I'm releasing all this shit about Martin Luther King that people have been begging to be released since 1968. What happens? Well, the first volley back from the media, wondering how much of history we know and how well they can clamp down, somebody can clamp down on whoever's making any decisions, is that, actually, all that stuff is embarrassing to the family, and the family never wanted that stuff released. I saw that today, and they were talking about Martin Luther King III and Bernice, I think, King, are the two surviving kids. So I saw that right away, and so that is, in other words, so Trump is like, okay, well, I didn't release Epstein, and Epstein's bullshit. King they murdered, and I'm releasing this stuff, and people who should say, good, let's pour through these 200,000 pages or whatever and see what we can find. So what did William Pepper, all these other people that they were trying to get this thing, and instead they're saying he's dissing the family because it's all stories about Martin Luther King having sex or whatever. And so, unfortunately for them, I mean, I saw it on Reuters, AP. That was the spin. I knew Yolanda King. Okay, I met her twice, and she, by the way, was aggressive about trying to get to the bottom of the murder of her father. She was, key, instrumental in the thing that William Pepper, you familiar with Dr. William Pepper's work? He held the trial with he ended up representing James Earl Ray with the permission and the whatever cooperation of some members of the King family. I think Coretta Scott King and Yolanda. And what they found, of course, was that James Earl Ray wasn't the one that killed Martin Luther King. The FBI killed Martin Luther King. The government killed Martin Luther King. This isn't just like an assertion of it. Here's the chapter and verse. They wanted that. So the big thing becomes Epstein. Well, okay. So the guys that voted for Trump to end the war in Ukraine, to make better relations with North Korea, because he was doing that last time, you'll recall. Yep. And to do whatever other things are, to turn down these wars, basically, those same people are going to walk to where? Over this Epstein shit, which, by the way, has not fully expressed yet. We don't even know what the hell really is going to come out of that. You know that I know more than average bear about Epstein, because I know one of the guys, his cellmate, right before that we think murdered him. What's that guy's from here, from Briarcliff, Tartaglione, Nick Tartaglione. He was a Briarcliff cop, and he was a cellmate with Epstein during the first suicide attempt. Yeah, and then when he was removed, the suicide attempt was successful, off camera. I don't know how that was. Yeah. Look, I mean, I don't know what you advocate, and I'm not advocating anything, by the way, except to make damn sure that you know what you're doing and not be. There's a whole legion of people that want to isolate Trump further. The only people he's had for support in the public domain, they all got that. Are people over policy, and most of the policies are contrarian. It's ironic now that while they have a vote in the House, that all the Democrats are demanding Trump release the Epstein files. Yeah. Why didn't they walk into Biden's office while he was sleeping and go through them himself?
Because they don't care about them. They never did. You weren't allowed to talk about Epstein when it was Hillary Clinton, and they know that they don't have the votes to do it. So they're just virtue signaling. But let me tell you, let me push back against you really quickly, Don. I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm saying it's just happening in a coordinate fashion.
Yeah, but I still want to push back against you. Anytime I get the opportunity to, Baba, I wanted to take advantage of it. So you said there's a whole bunch of people that still want to isolate Donald Trump, but it's not like it was in 2016. It's way different. You see the media, sometimes the Democratic media, get behind him, especially right now since he's made this pivot to Joe Biden's position on Ukraine. Yeah. They don't call him Hitler a third as much. Right. They don't say he's misogynist a quarter as much. Yeah. You hear Stormy Daniels every once in a while.
Remember when he bombed with the mother of all bombs on Syria? They did the same thing. Remember?
Read Zakaria, right? Yeah, when today Donald Trump became president, right? That kind of mentality is back, and it's nothing like it was before. There's talk of impeachment, but there's not really any moves of impeachment. So I see things as a lot different, and not to mention.
I see that.
Yeah. Not to mention, just like certain Republicans can't get things done that Democrats can get done, NAFTA being the best example. I don't think Reagan would have been able to get that across the finish line. Come Clinton, we got you. Don't worry, working together. You see a lot of that taking place right now with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And that, if you just look at what Palantir is doing, and that's Donald Trump signing that over, and the Genius Act that passed the other day. Hey, central bank digital currencies aren't here. They're not coming, they say. But guess what? They can do the same thing through stable tokens, which they're going to do, which Trump's family is very heavily invested in. You know what I'm saying? Right. But he is advancing, and this is why I say he's nothing more than an actor. I won't wait to the end. I'll say it now. He is advancing the fourth industrial revolution, the security state. He is getting the conservatives using the fear of immigration to get them on real IDs. Track and trace systems are here. Stable coins will be replacing the CBDCs. That is all in play now. It is signed. This is what he is doing. Larry Ellison, he is advancing the areas in which the Democrats could not. He was put there on purpose, and I believe he never intended on ending, nor did he have the ability or the power, ending the Ukraine war. So that's just my skinny on the whole situation.
I'm with you on all of it, and I'm uncertain about the last thing. And so I don't know what his intentions are. As I said, I don't think it matters. I think what matters is, where are the things at, in a material sense. What does it mean for us in trying to accomplish, to trying to achieve an end to that war? And because of the way in which he assembled the vote that got him into office, using that as an issue, perhaps we have a weapon there that we can use to force his hand there so they can have all those other goodies that they want to have. I don't have any illusions that he's a nice guy and that's why he wants to end the war in Ukraine. I just have a sense that although these other things that you're talking about, Palantir and Fourth Industrial Revolution and all that stuff, that the horror of a world that would be constructed under those conditions, if half of that shit is true, is much better than the world that will be deconstructed if that war in Ukraine gets out of hand. And if you look even at RT today, there's a real possibility that could happen in hours or days.
Yeah, it could happen any minute. Any minute. Yeah.
So, to me, job one seems to be like to survive until tomorrow, and tomorrow figure out what to do next.
Yeah.
And the Ukraine, I think, is on that order. And I don't think the way to solve that problem is necessarily to choose to throw Trump over, because there's not a soul lined up behind him who has ever even mentioned that they intend to do that.
Thomas Massey.
There's no way Massey's going to be president next Tuesday.
Right.
This is
you can run down the.
That's true. What's the list? Yeah, right. Hey guys, I want you all to come to a party in Washington D.C. next Tuesday, except Massey. You stay home.
You see, Trump went after Massey hardcore too. So.
Yeah. Uninvited. All right, so let's circle back to Ukraine here, because all these things, look, how we got here, what Trump's intention was, what it isn't. We all know, in the context of history, we all know that the only way we can really get truly anything done, any policy shift, is the people have to demand it. You have to force people to do things. So the options here, and Don, like again, I align with your idea that this overall concept that Trump was supposed to be the guy that made relationships better, that he was this peace president, that's kind of all out the window. I mean, if we can get there somehow, someday, one day, years from now with someone else, fine. But right now, the baby step is we start with Ukraine and we say, this is the thing. This was the thing you ran on. For whatever reason, it's not happening. Whatever your intention is, whatever your holdback is, here's how we can get the people. I have two ideas for this, guys. I'm going to play two clips. I want you guys to chime in here. One is what Tucker.
I got 5 minutes. Just saying.
Oh, you got 5 minutes. Okay, we'll do this quick. One is Tucker's approach, where he's reaching out, talking to journalists in this one in Germany, getting more of an international discussion about why Ukraine's a failure and has to admit that they lost, just in a sense of cutting losses. So this is one approach. It's just cutting losses. Forget being a Putinist. Just be real. Be a realist.
Right. Wanted the West to back off, but in some basic way they won, and we have to acknowledge that. And it's really hard for I'm not in favor of Russia winning anything. I'm American. I want to win, but that you can't lie to yourself. They won, and so on the basis of
in which way did they win?
They took land and they don't have to give it back. And short of bombing them with nuclear weapons, we can't make them give it back. That's called victory. And the victor gets to set not all the terms, but as Germany found out, a lot of the terms. So, okay, those are the rules. Those are the rules not of international law, but of life. The winner gets to set the terms. Again, not all the terms, but he gets more say than the loser does. And Ukraine is the loser. Now, I feel sorry for Ukraine. I feel sorry for Ukrainians who, like many populations around the world, have learned the hard lesson, which is you follow the kind of fickle and mercurial dictates of the U.S. government and you get killed. And nobody kind of runs to the rescue.
Is he on to something here? Is there a conversation that can happen on maybe even on an international level with folks in Europe and saying, hey, we got you got to just look at what you're looking at with your own eyes and let's just cut the losses and know that it's time to move on. Is there something there?
Yeah, I think it's I mean, look, this is like a PR kernel, a PR message. It's true, first of all. I think it's irrelevant also, and I think it's inaccurate in like sort of the foundational assumptions. I start when I look at international relations, I start with you have people living on land and lands organized into these nation states. And nation states are, the constructs of the people who live here, and that's how they engage with people who live there. And we have this planet, and we've got things that we have to do jointly or, without starving or killing each other. And so you have an order in which that happens, and it should be as fair as possible for everybody involved on the ground. And of course, that's nothing like the world that we have. We are the heirs to, the empires that were constructed in the 15th, the 16th, the 17th centuries, and the relations on which that they were built: slavery, land theft, genocide, and worse in some cases. The rules were never established in a written constitution by the people of the world. The closest we have is the UN Charter, which is not that, by the way. The thing called international law is really just an assemblage of things that people have finally agreed to at the end of some pretty ugly fighting. When we talk about Russia took land that didn't belong to them, as ahistorical as that is on its face, by the way, it doesn't really convey accurately what's going on. That said, since most people think of it in those terms, yes, it's a useful, messaging for people to grasp what's going on. We cannot force them to give somebody else that land because they have occupied it militarily. They've signaled very strongly that they intend to keep it, and they've also signaled their intent to not allow us to strike back at them too harshly, or they will strike at us, not at Ukraine, but us. I think that's a realistic assessment of the situation that people can comprehend. I don't think there's a lot of politicians here who are above negating that message in favor of rah-rah bullshit that they think will get them 8 more votes and a couple of $100,000 more from Grumman or whatever. So I think it's a scary moment on that account, but I think that what Tucker is doing is useful to the effort to not have the war continue.
Okay, we might be onto something here. Do you anything else with Craig on that? Because I know Don has to get out of here.
Don's got to get out of here. Don, I just look forward to seeing you again, getting my health in order so I can come have meatballs and Chianti with you in New York, brother.
Yeah, get your butt up here, man.
I will. I'm getting healthy. I'm trying to get back in there and come visit you. I miss you. And say hi to the lady for me, please.
I will, although right now she is in Rhode Island.
Nice. Love you, buddy.
Love you too. That's it.
Awesome.
What was the other clip?
Oh, you want it? Okay. Yeah, this was.
How long is it?
It's a minute. Let's take
a quick look.
Okay, so the idea here is to connect the thing that's happening now, which is the Republicans getting angry about Russiagate again and going after Obama, connect the dots back to Ukraine in 2016 after Trump won the election. Here is Lindsey Graham and John McCain telling you that we're going to be the aggressor. This entire thing was rigged from the beginning. Now would be the time to double down on this.
We're going to go back and tell our colleagues what Russia's up to and the Baltics, what they're doing in the Ukraine. We're going to get briefed about Georgia. We hope to make 2017 a year of offense. We believe that Putin has hacked into our elections in America, that he's trying to undermine democracy all over the world, and it's time for new sanctions to hit him hard as an individual, his energy sector, his banking sector. It is time to push back against Putin, but be a better friend to our allies over here, including Georgia. This is a very important.
Okay, so
Democrat up there too.
So this is this one single opportunity that I may never have again to say on television. I hope the audience, whatever. Lindsey Graham is a useless piece of shit. He is not worth a damn. He is the most opportunistic, self-interested, stupid, greedy piece of shit that I've ever seen occupy a suit. I wanted to be able to actually express that because
but he dictates more policy in Ukraine than the president of the United States.
Well,
That's how it shows you how weak Donald Trump is.
Well, how weak even the office of the presidency is, because somebody actually, it ain't him making that policy. Okay,
who?
It's not Graham and it's not McCain making that policy.
Yeah, but once again, his policy are the ones that are going through, and Donald Trump, by law, could just pull the chain. Don, by law, he can cut the funding, and 2 weeks that war is over. He can do it in Gaza, and he can do it in Israel, and in 3 days it's over.
Well, no, but he can issue an executive order cutting the funding.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that the funding will be cut. We're seeing that now, all over the government. There's things that not just courts. They went in court and say, well, we don't have to do. Look at what's going on with the broadcast board of governors or whatever the frig they call it now. The funding for NPR and all those.
That was in the bill.
Yeah. This money I'm not going to appropriate any more of it. I'm going to leave it in the bank. And we just know you can't do that. You go to court. Yes, you can. In fact, you don't have to give them anything. Well, they do it anyway.
No. Okay, that's a good point. But he's not. He's putting more money. We opened the segment with the 10 billion more weapons. I'm just asking is this an opportunity to connect the dots with the Russiagate, because you have Tulsi and you have Trump doubling down right now on we have to get what's that?
Pasta pointed out, and Klobuchar too.
Yeah. So the point is, and you have Klobuchar, you got all of them using a Russia hoax. That was enabled by Hillary and Obama. So Trump is being vocal about that now. Tulsi's being vocal about that now. We're talking about putting charges against Obama for this right now. So you have to connect the dots. The base has to remind Trump, this is why this war in Ukraine was BS from the beginning. The whole thing was based on creating a Russiagate narrative to get us to stop Putin from taking over the world. That was the point. So it all comes back to that.
Wasn't that McCain and an asshole clip from 2014 or 2013?
No,
2017.
That was right after the election.
2016, right? You said looking forward to 2017. Right?
It was at the end of 2016, right after Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton.
Because they were up there then too. Even before the coup in 2014 and 2013. Those two.
Right.
And that shithead from Connecticut, Richard Blumenthal, was there also.
Right. It didn't start in 2016.
Nick Blumenthal. And don't forget about Senator Murphy.
And Murphy too. That's right.
And then 2 years ago, Elizabeth Warren went over there with them.
Yeah.
They're all on it. They're all on the whole. That's why so many Republicans, we talked about in this beginning, so many Republicans stayed silent on Russiagate because they knew it would kind of neuter Donald Trump from trying to build any relationships if he wanted to with Vladimir Putin. So they let it go.
Yeah. Think about the size of Russia as a geographic.
11 time zones.
Okay. And how undeveloped 90% of it is, because the entire population is in a dozen cities, basically, spread across that huge thing. They don't have the suburban sprawl like we have there. It's different. It's much different and much more concentrated. There's huge expanses of land nobody's ever really touched. And that is a reserve. It's like a bank account. If you think of all of the reserves under all of the pieces of land in the world, it's one of the largest bank accounts on the planet. They want it.
Yeah. They always will try to balkanize it no matter what. Yeah.
That's going to be their job one.
Try to balkanize it no matter what.
And the other problem being, since that's there, there's always a possibility somebody's going to grab that and use it against them. And they got to neutralize that too.
Yeah.
It's the possible throne for a new king to rise from. And they don't want to see that. So I got to roll. Thank you guys.
Don, we love you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Both of you guys. Okay.
Are you still doing interviews? I mean, I know you're not. Are you not doing the radio spot anymore in KPFK? Are you?
No, not since they canned me right after the election.
Yeah, I know. The Tony Montero video they didn't like.
Well, two of them. I interviewed Tony a couple days before the election, and he referred to the MAGA voters as a bloc, as a movement.
Yeah.
And so the guy who was the interim program director there, no, the interim station manager there,
Yeah.
who I won't name, was furious. He was very dismissive as he condemned me for trying to portray Trump in anything but the most negative light. That was, I think, how he put it. That the idea that my guest Montero, he's talking about Tony Montero, that was this somehow was a movement. I forget what word he used, pathetic or infantile or some really insulting word.
Yeah.
So I haggled with him about getting that piece on the air, and it finally went on. And then that was on Monday, it went on the air. I had done it the Friday before Election Day. And then after the returns came in on Election Day, on Wednesday, I did my piece. And when I sent it into the studio, the caption in my email was, "Is it a movement yet?" And they
you pissed him off. Well, you don't have to mention his name, but let me say this. Me and Matt actually met him at Jeremy's movie premiere, and he was cool. And then we saw him again. I saw him again at a Palestinian protest wearing a mask on outside, handing out literature promoting love and the connections between the LGBT community and the Palestinians. So that can just tell you about where we're at when they silence true leftists out there who anti-imperialist leftists.
Right.
And yet he's been the interim manager there for years now. So
well, he's gone. Oh no,
he is gone.
Yeah, you're talking. We're talking about two different ones. Yeah, he went shortly after me, actually.
Well, he's the one who gave you shit, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, get out of here.
All right, take care, guys.
Love you, buddy.
Don.
Be well.
Put suntan lotion on. You're getting too tan. Look at Jersey Shore over there.
Yeah, I did that, and I was in. I went up to Canada last week. We were up there. I'm going to P-Town, and I'm going to Newport next month for like 2 weeks altogether. I like being outside in the summertime. I get a chance to do it, and I've been swimming.
You look great. You look great.
Thanks. I'm still alive, which is pretty good for 71.
Yes.
All right.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too. Take care, guys. Thanks.
All right.
Take care.
Have a conversation about our lives right in the middle of the show. Sorry about that.
That's okay, man. Well,
he looks like he's gonna go whack somebody with Bobby Bacala.
I love it. He had that was good. That's good, man. I think we ran short on. I was gonna do another segment now before Ryan came on, but I think we ran out of time on that one. I don't want to rush it. So
he's here in what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Can I go fill my matcha?
Yeah, man. We'll put on
break. What do you want to do?
We can do a break if you want. If there's anything else you want to.
Well, I mean, we got. Well,
why don't you go? Why don't you take a break? Let's do a 3-minute. Come back. Share whatever you want to share before Ryan comes on.
Let me say this about Tucker Carlson real quick.
Okay.
Because I think it's kind of interesting, and whatchamacallit was talking about that whole kind of thing played out was a little bit upsetting because it's like they won. No, what is winning? What is losing? There's no such thing as a winners of wars. I mean, there's only victims of wars, and it's a shame that they had to go through that. At the end of the day, even though Russia took land, I feel personally that a lot of Russians never wanted to see themselves get sacrificed, nor their brothers and sisters in Ukraine, who they look at them as brothers and sisters. It's not all that they hate each other. There is a segment of, Nazis, AOC, who you talking about Nazis that you're funding them, that are Banderites and stuff. But there's a lot of Ukrainians who look at the, Russians as their brothers and sisters, and it's a shame that happened. However, the language he was using really, I think, would be able to allow an American citizen or a voter or somebody who wants to get involved to understand what's going on. In other words, they understand exactly what happens when he does use that language. So I think there was good and bad in there, in that little thing over there. There was other interesting stuff over there too as well in that interview when he talks about the Nord Stream pipeline. It's like you guys went along with fucking the West destroying your cheap energy. Like, why would you fucking do that? Yeah. Like what is wrong with you guys? And that's the crazy thing. The Europeans, Germany, Italy, France, they went along with destroying cheap energy from Russia to kill themselves, to hurt themselves, their citizens. I'm surprised there's not pitchforks in the street. I'm going to get some more matcha.
Okay. Get back here in a couple of minutes, guys. You go hit the hay or go hit the bathroom, the loo, whatever we call it. Grab yourself a drink. We'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes, and we'll be right back with RYAN CRISTIÁN, the last American vagabond. All right, we're back. We're back, guys. Welcome back to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass with our co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. If you're just joining us, don't worry, don't fear. We have more show for you guys. In fact, we're about to bring in our next guest. right about now. If you missed anything, you can always go back and watch the replay of the lives. We never take them down. They're always up on our Rumble channel. If you guys don't know, now you know. This is where you can find us, Rumble and Twitter. All episodes available in their entirety, plus segments. We put our segments up, and of course, we put them up on YouTube. We have to be a little more careful on YouTube because we get termination notices and strikes and all that stuff. So we have to be careful.
Bad boy.
I know we've been bad. We've certainly been bad. How dare we have these discussions, Craig? What are we thinking? We're just words are dangerous. Words are violence. So we have to. We haven't learned our lesson yet, apparently, but we have to be a little more picky choosy on YouTube. So, whatever. We got to play the game. Play it right back. I like saying this one, Craig. When we talk about what will happen. People ask me, Matt, what if they take the next channel down? THL Presents. What if they take that one down? Then what? We'll come up with another one. And if they take that down one, we'll just come up with another one. Because guess what? We'll never run out of names. We'll just think of a new name. So,
and you want to talk about a guy coming on today who had a pirate radio that kept taking him down. He would use other people's YouTubes to stream the show. A guy who's legendary for it. We used to call him the most censored man on the internet, and he would just dance around it at all times. He wouldn't cry about it. He wouldn't complain about it. He'd let everybody know. But he was determined to do his work no matter what the censorship there. And really, to tell you the truth, it's inspiring for all of us. I mean, I've been demonetized. The Truth Wire is still demonetized right now on YouTube for close to 6 years or something. Was it 6 years or 5? I lose track. I think it's close to 6 years. I can't remember. It was after AOC wrote the letter for people to get reported. And then they demonetized like 6 of us in one night. But these guys like The Last American Vagabond, Ryan Christian, Jason Burmis, Steve Poikonen, and all that crew over there. And I'm talking about, I like to call them the common sense conspiracy theorists, right? It's like they're not QAnon-y or go crazy and stuff. But the words they're talking about, and really to tell you the truth, when I discovered The Last American Vagabond, the work he did on exposing Israel, and every single show that he would expose what Israel was doing, and we're talking about back in 2017, 2018, he'd always show the receipts and say, listen, and I'm not telling you exactly how to think for yourself, do your own research, but look at it right here in front of your face and then make a determination. He would do the receipts that would never get talked about in the news. You talk about a top censored news, that guy lived the top censored news. And it was so great, to bring a lot of his work to the table. My second most watched show on the Truth Wire, we featured Ryan's work. We piggyback off his work on Epstein because he did solid work on that as well. But he doesn't get lost off in the trust the plan, the Q-tards they like to be called, the 8D chess that people are saying. He's calling it what it is, and that's the great thing about Ryan Christian, The Last American Vagabond.
Well, without further ado, let's bring him in. Ryan Christian, welcome back to the show.
Pleasure to be here, guys. How are you?
Great.
Good to see you both again.
With us. Yeah, doing great. This is an interesting time because Craig indicated earlier, the work you've been doing all this time on Epstein, going down these rabbit holes. I mean, calling out Israel. That's the part I think that does get lost in this because we know the list. They're telling us the list doesn't exist. They're telling us he killed himself. People are furious. A lot of MAGAs are stepping up and standing up, which good for them for doing that. The part that gets lost was that part, and we all saw the Pam Bondi moment where she had to kind of stutter her way through the answer. But the question was that the reporter asked her was, where's the connection with the like who's behind him? Like what's up with that? What agency? Talking about the Mossad. She says, I'll get back to you on that one. But as we know, that no one's going to be getting back to us on that part. But I guess that's the part I think when we step out of it, look at it from an outside view and see the work you've been doing. I think that's the most dangerous part to not be talking about right now. I think so. I would like to pass it to you, Ryan, and where you're at with everything that's been going down this last week with those apparent Epstein files that don't exist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first and foremost, as always, I think the person to go to on this would be Whitney Webb, to check out her books, make sure you understand what she's been breaking down, more than anybody else in the conversation. Let's be clear about that. Despite, rumblings of other things, she is clearly, in my opinion, the lead person to look to on this conversation. But, it's clear that this is a deception. I mean, like you said, it's fracturing the movement at the moment. And I think it's very obvious. I mean, despite the effort to try to kind of like hide that, it's very clear that this is, I mean, they set themselves up to fail, which is why I can't help but ask, if there's something else driving what they're doing right now at the expense of Americans. But the clear reality that they built this, they drove the idea that this was what was happening, that we were going to expose this, and then Bondi makes very clear statements about what she was looking at, not the on my desk part, but what she was looking at, the different videos. I just referenced today on the show a post from Dr. Shiva that referenced the actual court documents and links to them and everything that show that what they claim is in the files that they have are all sorts of things that are well beyond what they claim is happening. And we're talking about files they claim. And so did Bondi, by the way, of trafficking, of sexual abuse of children by adults, all sorts of horrible things. And even Bondi referenced that. And now we're saying it's a hoax. That now Obama single-handedly. I mean, there's many ways to go in this conversation, but just right there, it's like, my God, that's why people started going, okay, well, what is he in these files? What's he covering for? It could be that. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Could be somebody else, as you point to do. And let's be clear, by the way, Mossad and CIA, it's obvious there's connections to both as far as I can tell, but it's also probably more than that. As Whitney talked about the tri-national, like multinational security state of what has kind of developed over the, long periods of time. But the point being is that very obviously Acosta was told to back, what did he say? What was the actual phrase? Not to back off, but to, basically paraphrasing, to let it rest because he was intelligence. That was the stated quote he gave when interviewed for the Trump administration. And I guess that was good for them because they brought him on the team, right? And then he let that out in an interview in front of the press briefing. And so now, that we know this. And yet now they're trying to say it's a hoax. Now they're trying to go out of their way to try to make this about some other manufactured thing using what we know was a manufactured thing, which is the Russiagate hoax. But as I just talked with Misty, on Jimmy Dore show yesterday, that she's calling it the reverse Russiagate, which is exactly what it seems to be, right? You're using the same kind of, the point being is that we all sense that there's not going to be any accountability. I saw you wrote that on the image, that no one's going to get arrested. It's like, I'm not going to say I know that. If he gets arrested tomorrow, I will go, hell yeah. I don't know if I'm cussing the show, but yes, that's a good thing. I'm glad to see it happen. But it doesn't then hide that they're covering up the Epstein files. But I really don't think that Obama or anybody, maybe a lackey of some kind, that's actually going to go to jail, because the thing that everyone's starting to point out is that the logical point of, let's say, why Biden or whoever else didn't release it before, because I point out that they're probably all on this list, or if not, they're all on the same team. So that's just how I see it all. But there's 1,000 different directions we could go in. So I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, by the way, I'd like to say there's already been 275 victims that have been paid out from different banks. I believe Deutsche Bank was one, JP Morgan Chase.
Right.
So we already know that this is not a hoax whatsoever. And in fact, both Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein have been technically charged for trafficking children, right? Ghislaine pleaded guilty. We had the sweet deal with Acosta. Of course, when we heard in that press conference that he was not to be touched. He in the press conference, I don't know what he said. He was questioned in the press conference. I think he said it outside the press conference to a
that was in the meeting with the Trump administration. He alluded the same thing in the press conference.
But Jason Burmis often talks like there's no list per se. There's just a bunch of information. You had talked about some of the stuff that Pam Bondi said she had on her desk with, when it came to videos and emails and whatnot. What technically do you think should be released to the public out there? Shouldn't they release every single email, every single phone call, every single video, everything they had to technically see who these, for Ghislaine Maxwell going to jail for trafficking children to nobody is?
Well, so the first point, I think I'm going to forget your second question, but the first point with Jason Burmis saying there's no list. I agree with the sentiment, right? The idea is, I would say that we don't know. There obviously could be some kind of compilation list of everyone they traffic to. I find that hard to believe. The point, though, is that what we want is the information that they have, and you can call it a list of the people that we know are, like to your point of Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Okay, so you can't charge her with trafficking and then claim it's a hoax about that people were trafficked to. So then what is she being charged with, right? It's not that she's not being charged with possession of child porn. She's being charged with trafficking. And so the point is, when he put that out, which I think he stumbled, I think he shot himself in the foot with that, because that's what Trump does, is that the lawyers were like, okay. And so now Ghislaine, however you want to say it, the lawyers come out and say, okay, well then we're appealing this, because if you're claiming it's a hoax, then what is she in jail for? And so now it's clearly kind of, maybe there's more design there that I'm seeing, But what's interesting is now it's come to where they're talking behind the scenes. Well, there's two parts. They just, they're trying to get her to come in front of the House to speak in front of Congress. The Trump administration is trying to get her to go behind the scenes and speak with the DOJ, as even Whitney recently tweeted about. It seems, I agree with her, it's most likely that they're going to make some kind of a deal behind the scenes that doesn't let what they don't want to come out, and that she doesn't have to go back to jail. That's what I get. If it has to come in front of Congress, even Jones is trying to lay cover already and going, she's going to lie about Trump. It's like, it's clear what's going on, but I don't know why we would assume that, but I think that's where this is going. And so the point is clearly, if there's the only thing you can clearly see at this point, I shouldn't say the only thing, but the most easy thing to see, it's obviously not a hoax. If now we're going to go in front of Congress and they're discussing appointing a prosecutor and they're talking about a grand jury, I mean, so you have to take a step back and go, that is wildly conspicuous. He called it a hoax. He's saying the people that believe that it's not are weaklings and troublemakers and Democrats. I mean, he seems wildly desperate around this, but it could be because he's being pressured by somebody who, holds his leash, if you want to look at it that way, or maybe he's on it. I really don't know. But and what was the second part, Pasta? I'm sorry.
Well, you did go into as Ghislaine was trafficking children to nobody, and how could they go along with that? Wasn't that the second part of the question I said, or am I?
I don't know. I forgot.
You do this all the time.
About the first part when you were saying the second part, then I was like, I realized I didn't even hear it.
I'm trying to get back to just asking one question at a time, not two. But when you're here, it's I get excited, and there's so much to ask. Go ahead, Matt.
There's so much going on, guys. It's all connected, man. It's all connected. Well, we saw this connection. Now you mentioned, Ryan, the part about calling it the hoax, and that doesn't seem to stick at all. Especially now he's at the point of like the Hillary Clinton point, calling deplorables. It's like you're telling your own base horrible idiot people. But remember also with the hoax garbage, he said it's a Democrat hoax. Right. And so this part doesn't make any sense. I mean, we talk about how does damage control work? Is he just like making this up as he goes? But who told him to add Democrat? And I think after we saw what's happening now with bringing up Russiagate again and Tulsi going after Obama, it might have been a way to kind of plant a seed that Democrats are always up to no good, because we do know that is actually a paper trail that does check out, that there actually is Russiagate is real. So is that maybe that's what he's doing, attempting to conflate Russiagate with Epstein and then kind of confuse people, get them all mixed up, but get his base angry and more importantly, distracted from Epstein. Is that working right now? Have we seen a little bit of a distraction, kind of a short-term memory hold on Trump voters who forgot they were just called horrible people and now want to see Obama in handcuffs? Is that working?
Probably for some. I don't think it's really, even the ones that believe that that's the case, want to see that happen, are still going, what about Epstein? But just to be clarified, the way that was said, just when in regard to Russiagate is real, I'm not sure if maybe we disagree. And my point would be that Russiagate was a psyop. It was, and I think
that's what I'm saying. The psyop was real.
That's what I thought. Real in the sense that it's important that we highlight. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. No, that he's comparing it to something that you can hold people accountable that did do shady stuff.
Right. Okay, good. We're on the same page. I just want to make sure that was clear. That might have been, that the way it sounded might think that, that the case that they was Russia influencing him was real. But so we're on the same page, that it's important to call this out, as it always was. And I think everybody already knows that was a manufactured manipulation. And yes, Obama should be in jail. I think they're all monsters. I will cheer it on when it happens. But whether it's playing people is I think it's not. Let's just make it that, like, in a general sense, I don't think it's enough to deviate from, like the central thing in regard to just not even just Epstein, but the larger point of like child trafficking, pedophilia, a huge point for the conservative side. And now you're saying it's not even real in the case of Epstein, which was the largest provable example we've seen. It's not something's happening clearly. But the Obama part of it is so interesting because, you're as you were mentioning, and this is what I saw right away, is that he was already going that direction, right? Oh, it's fake, just like the Russiagate hoax. And then like 2 days later, this all comes out. Yeah. Like you can't, even if it's exactly what it looks like, which in some cases it is, it's so contrived. It's obvious. And then to our point in the beginning, I don't think anyone's going to get held accountable anyway, because they never do. Here, one last point, like Hillary, who we've seen before, like with the people from Boston and Pay to Play. They never went to jail despite the provable evidence. And now even, I think just before I went live, I saw a post from Alex Jones making the same case. We're going to go after Obama this time, not like he failed on Clinton. Like, they're so clearly trying to keep people motivated. We're going to do this. We're going to win, even though everything's falling in front of them. Bigger government, more spending, mRNA shots. I mean, it's people are starting to wake up to it.
Palantir, track and trace systems, into play, Larry Ellison. real IDs, all that stuff going on, bombing Iran.
I mean, I'm forgetting half of this stuff. I'm like, oh, it's right, real ID too. It's just
real
so
IDs.
many
You have to get. I mean, it's happening right now under Donald Trump. And really, to tell you the truth, it's crazy to me because we see the same type of circus act all over again in WWE. It's like they take turns being the bad guy. The two-party illusion is one of the best phrases out there because it is just an illusion. In the election integrity world, there's some exciting stuff going on. I told you about with Clint Curtis, and I'm going to share that. But the problem is, right now you have an election integrity movement that's pretty much driven by Trumpers, and they still are partisan. And as you know, elections are nonpartisan. They can't be partisan whatsoever. But the funny thing is they want to concentrate and talk about 2020. And they have this vengeance out there. And it really, seeing Tulsi Gabbard come out there and say, we're going to go after Obama, that's still in the election integrity movement, right? But I would argue that, Obama should have went after George W. Bush for his war crimes. He didn't. And they do the same thing every time they pass the buck. They don't go after each other. And that's why Donald Trump is not going to go after Obama the same way Obama didn't go after W. Bush. When it comes to elections, everyone sits there and scream about 2020. But the Republicans don't want to talk about what happened in 2000 with George W. Bush in Florida. They want to talk about what happened in 2004 with George W. Bush and John Kerry in Ohio when they were stealing elections. Because the big problem is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Ryan, I'd love to hear your opinion. I'm not so mad that people are still buying into Donald Trump. I mean, the Alex Jones situation is embarrassing at this point. Like, you're embarrassing yourself. Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, you're embarrassing yourself. This kind of the cuck of the week, or the way you're glorifying this guy no matter what happens. But I'm mad that people are buying still into the two-party illusion, the two-party system. That's what worries me right now. And they're doing that and using Trump as that vessel for still believing in the two-party solution and the two-party institutions. What are your thoughts with that?
Well, I mean, I think it's breaking down. I mean, I just had an interview with James Lee about that. Like, it has Epstein and the story around this broken the partisan mold. And it's not just Epstein. Obviously, the Israel genocide is a huge part, going back to COVID-19 before it. Like, we've had kind of a cascading of like failed efforts to control the narrative. And I think it's just one by one beginning to shake people out of this. And that doesn't mean they're not still conservative or even still believe in Donald Trump, but they're just no longer bound by this. I mean, a lot of them, the blind support, which is what you get from the, Eagle Gunthermans or whatever his name is, or the Cat Turds, like people that are just like their job seems to like manufacture, we're all winning and everything's great. Like, it's like they're the living embodiment of that meme of the house burning down. This is fine. That's their job, is to be like, everything's great all the time, and I think that's what they're doing. And so I do think that there's things are always shifting. But I'm of the mind, and have been, as you know, for a long time, well back in COVID, that the partisan element of this is starting to break down. And I think that's why a lot of this is happening the way it is. I know some people disagree with that. At the very least, we can see that that people are asking questions from the partisan perspective that I've never seen them ask before. So maybe it's isolated, but I think it's a bigger point. But back to the president point you made, is that, I agree with you. It's interesting to see the precedent of like, they never really break that, where they don't go back and investigate, because my argument was that they'll, likely then be investigated themselves. Right. But I think Trump, at least, unless it was part of some larger ploy they were all aware of, already kind of broke that, didn't he? Right. Like, he's already, whether it's about Biden or just the different things Trump has done, it seems, or even in regard to him. Right. So he was investigated and he was charged with all these things. So I think there's a little bit of a nuance there, that maybe we are seeing something different, and maybe we will see Obama go to jail or get investigated. I mean, my gut tells me no, but I'm just saying the opening for that to happen seems more likely today than ever. One, because we've seen that already kind of get mixed up, the point you're making, but also because I think it's not about the U.S. government. I think it's about something else. I think whether they're going after Obama or whatever they're doing is about covering for the large thing we're discussing, this, albatross, like the, as Charlie Robinson always points out, that a black hole, that the only reason, or the argument in some cases they claim they know it's there, is not because they can see it, but because they can see how it's affecting the things around it. Right. And so he makes this great point about that, you can't always see that, but you can see all the moving parts, all the different anti-Semitism, all the different things that are driving all this. I just watched the German government claim, or rather an Israeli propagandist promoting the idea that the German government is now saying you can't deny the state of Israel can exist, or the right, you have to defend its right to exist in order to gain German citizenship. It's things like that you go, what? Like, you can come in there going, nobody else should exist in the world except Israel and Germany. And they'll go, come on in, but if you go against Israel, you're not allowed. That's that larger point. There's clear something, influencing everything. It's important to see.
Yeah.
Matt, what's the name of the show? You got to burst Ryan's bubble.
We got it. Hold on.
What's the name of this show?
This is The Homeless Left.
No, what's the name of the episode?
The episode? Well, I was getting to this. We're calling this Nobody's Going to Jail.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing before. I saw the graphic.
Yeah. So and the reason why we know this, and even though you're showing some optimism, and I do appreciate that, and there's, if Obama goes away in handcuffs, great. But the reason I'm not holding my breath is because the pattern is it's the same thing over and over and over. Right. Talking about it, pursuing it, it never happens. Nobody in power ever goes to jail. The best we get is a fall guy that we get told they're the bad apple. Everything's business as usual, but it's never somebody too high up. And the best, so we get those once in a while. You get like a Harvey Weinstein, right? You'll get these characters, or you'll get your Bernie Madoff, right? You'll get your one character that we're told, oh, if it wasn't for them, everything would have been on the up and up. But we got rid of that. So that's the best we get. But nobody actually committing the crimes, the conspiracy to commit the crimes, the levels of the crimes, nobody ever goes to jail, even though we have all the evidence for it, which we've had. So let's remind people, we've had the Russiagate evidence the entire time. So this isn't like new, like Tulsi's saying, we have this whole thing, we worked it out on the chalkboard and we connected no, we knew Obama was part of that. We knew Hillary.
They did add new points, to be fair, but I agree with you. It didn't, in my opinion, didn't change the material reality of the situation. The
loaded gun, the smoking gun was still the smoking gun. And by the way, Matt, just to piggyback, Bernie Madoff went to jail because he stole from rich people.
Yeah, right. Well, to add to that point, though, I'm glad you could point out Dennis Hastert, for example, right? A second in line to the president as the Speaker of the House, and called a serial child molester and he was Republican, by the judge. Or you could point to a JFK example, right? There are anomalies to it where you see these things happen. My argument would be that's because the element that controls the, whether it's sexual blackmail or whatever we're talking about, it doesn't have to be Israel and Zionism. That's just what my opinion would be. Sure. That there's something that is dictating these things. And, suddenly JFK wants to expose their military program. JFK wants to register AIPAC as a foreign agent, and then JFK goes away, right? Or Hastert is an interesting overlap. I mean, there's points that we could make, it'd be my opinion, but it's interesting to see him kind of plucked out and charged with something like that. And it could just be that he was so obvious, he went back to when he was a teacher or a gym teacher, that maybe that just happened on its own. Maybe local police got involved. Like that can make that happen. But I think the example is that there is a higher level of influence that can just say, well, you go outside the game and we're going to pull you out of it. It's sort of like a mafia enforcing on itself kind of thing, Yeah.
So I'm going to bring one up that's very recent that we kind of skipped over. And I did bring this up on Truthwire with you, Craig. But I found the clip because it's not so far in the distant past. We're not talking about, going back to Russiagate right now. We're talking about that RFK Jr. literally sat in the office there with Trump and the whole gang on live TV and told us after an investigation into the HHS that it was 100% confirmed that Biden, his team with the HHS previously had participated in child sex trafficking. And there were 300,000 kids missing. But he got rid of all the bad people. They're all cleared out and we're going to start fresh. So I want to know, and we'll hear him say for himself, here's the clip. And then I want to know, where's the follow through with this? Why is there nobody in jail for this? If he's so 100% sure that he got to the bottom of it. Here it is.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
So that's it. We're trying to find the children. They're missing, but we took care of the problem. They're out. Really? So if Biden's people were participating in this and doing this,
who are they?
Where's the charge? Where's the people going away in handcuffs? So again, there's a system in place designed to say, we found the problem, and we fixed it. Let's move on. And it's like, once in a while you say, hey, let's lock her up. Now it's lock him up. but nobody gets actually locked up. And this is this is another example, and nobody's following up with RFK on this. Hey, what happened to the Biden team that did this? You just cleared them out and said, go home. No, no hard feelings.
Yeah.
And can I also piggyback really quickly before you go, Ryan? Just also to add to that, they keep saying that, they want to act like immigration or migration to this country was a problem when it was just Biden. It's been going on for years. Presidents before we've had mass migration to this country. It didn't just start with Biden. And same thing with the sex trafficking. This predates way before Joe Biden. The fact that they're playing this partisan fucking hackery to make sure that people go take a side, red team, blue team, because now what are the Democrats doing? You couldn't talk about Epstein back in the days in 2017 around Democrats. You weren't allowed to. At the Bernie Sanders diner, they told me, you're not allowed to talk about that. You're helping Donald Trump and hurting the Democrats. Now they want to sing it because it's using against Donald Trump. So we get caught in this spiral, this death spiral, and nothing ever gets done, and nobody ever goes to jail. Anyway,
which is the point. Yeah, that's the main thing to take away from that is we can't say we know all the inner workings of everything, but it's always about action, precedent, and outcome. Look around, right? I mean, even Donald Trump, like you can argue they're going after him, but what actually happens? Now, maybe it's because he beat him off. That's certainly possible. Or maybe it's because there were never really any intention to actually have him go to jail. You know, this is what we keep seeing in a lot of different ways. My point is, if you wanted to go after Trump, for example, why not charge him for extrajudicial assassination of Soleimani under the guise of diplomacy on an international airport? You know, like things that they could really nail to the wall if they wanted to. You know, but they don't. They go after things that are subjective and even laid out in ways in the court documents that when you look for yourself and go, well, that was a dumb way to frame that. You know, it's like meant to fail, I think, you know, and it's the same kind of larger point of all of this is that you can see that this is unlikely to come to pass, you know, and to your point about the child point. I mean, I referenced, I think the same thing today. This has been an important point. Like, and I talked about this when this was the idea of whether Biden, as your point again, Pasta, you know, any aspect of the government going back a long way, there's elements of this that are important to highlight, whether it's about foster care or CPS or exactly what they're highlighting. My point was, okay, now this being highlighted around, you know, as we're focusing on Epstein is obviously, you know, it seems like a look over here moment as much as it is a real point. But your point is obviously the most important to take away is that, okay, then where are people going to jail? I mean, and the same point goes back to the beginning. How about Fauci or Bill Gates or anybody, whether you agree with that or not? The point was that's what they were promised as people that believed Trump was going to do X, Y, and Z. Or anybody involved with, I mean, how about the Doge point? Every day we got a new claim about they're robbing Social Security. Okay, where are the people going to jail? Or the examples came out and they go, oh, it's a holdover of somebody from the last. Okay, then, you know, in the last DOJ, then why didn't they get arrested? That's what Bondi made the point about. And the old, hey, you know, it's just, it never ends. So obviously the takeaway, the outcome, the precedent is that never get arrested. They never go to jail. It's all a bunch of narrative. And as Pasta points out, it's a partisan back and forth, right? It's easy to play the underdog and go, they're hiding this when you're the one over here. And you actually know that both of you don't want it to come out, you know, and then they swing back the other way and they do the same thing. It's a never ending cycle. But again, my point is that it's failing. People aren't buying it anymore. In a way, I think it's because they sort of used the conspiratorial mindset to kind of like, they thought they could kind of trap and corner that and like use it for their benefit. I think they just opened a floodgate of people that are now willing to, guess what? Question everything. And yes, in some cases they assume, they blindly go into the direction of all conspiracy and go, if they're lying, or if they're saying this, the opposite is true. And that's the same thing in reverse. But I'd rather them do that than blindly trust the government. And so the point is that I don't think they put that genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, 100%. Did you, hey, Craig, I think you guys, did you guys see the Trump announcement of basically officially saying that Obama has committed a crime here? And have you
personally
seen this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he said
okay.
I personally did it.
Okay, I'm gonna put this up because Craig hasn't. We haven't shown it on our show yet because we kind of talked through it, and if anybody watching right now has missed it, this is the actual press conference, and it's pretty hardcore. I gotta say, if this was pre-planned or even a bit of damage control, he definitely hit this one out of the park as far as the getting the reaction he wanted, which is, I think, distracting us from Epstein. Here it is.
Perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him. And Comey was there, and Clapper, the whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room. Right here, this was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay. I have nice pictures up that came out of the vaults. They were in there for 100 years. This is much more beautiful. We have the Declaration of Independence now in the room, which wasn't here. I guess people didn't feel too good about putting it here, but I do. But you know what? If you look at those papers, they have them stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Except for the fact that
I mean, do you see like the WWE mentality of this whole situation, the way he even talks and stuff? It's all meant to be divisive, to keep you in this two-party illusion, right? That's what this is about more than anything. And I said this before. They are working for the same people. There is no difference between AOC and Donald Trump, plain and simple. We saw this the other day with AOC's vote to continue to fund Israel, right? They serve the same masters. But, I mean, it's just that they want to keep the divide and conquer and people in the two-party. Donald Trump is the same thing as Bernie Sanders. His whole existence was to make sure that he sheep-herded people back into the two-party system. Sorry, I just have to mention that. Because this is like, what fucking president talks like this? This is just...
And the setup of the room too, like the way they did it with Bukele. Like, I mean, anybody who's seen the way this, who's seen it going on for years and now watch the way he does it. It's its own little show. And let's be clear about the main point. There's nothing legitimate, or rather, let's say, official about this. He's just saying things, and people go, "Oh," and then it rolls through the community, and there's a bunch of articles and theorizing about it. I want to see something real. Like, here's my point from before: is that if they were actually going to go after Obama, do you really think they would state it like this? They would make their case and arrest him and then go, "We just arrested Obama. Here's the proof." Like, is the FBI involved? Is there any kind of case going? I mean, maybe that's the case, but I think Gabbard and the whole thing she put forward is challenged by the idea that there's, I mean, for Obama right now could jump on a plane and leave forever. You know what I mean? Like, I think they know that. So it doesn't feel real to me, but we'll see.
No, it's kind of watching that clip again, kind of was making my point that this is all theater, and Craig, you call it, I mean, it's all theater. However, devil's advocate, it is interesting that Tulsi, because she doesn't talk like that, she gets more to the point, and as National Director of Intelligence, for her to be making the rounds, she goes on Fox News and has a little more precise and focused point to make here, and she's just as harsh. I mean, so I get there might be something here, maybe not, maybe it's just her role that she's playing. But let's look at this one real quick, and I'm curious about both your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. This is such an important issue, and I just want to start by saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic. And it lays out this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, and Susan Rice and others, essentially making a very intentional decision to create this manufactured, politicized piece of intelligence with the objective of subverting the will of the American people who in November of 2016 delivered a historic victory to President Trump, defeating Hillary Clinton. And President Obama and his team, their goal was to essentially not accept the decision of the American people and to use this manufactured, politicized intelligence as a means to enact what would become essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. You have gone into great detail over these years of what the effects of this document and this decision have resulted in. Obviously, a years-long Mueller investigation that cost taxpayers almost $40 million, 2 congressional impeachments, endless smears and attacks against not only President Trump, but his family. He had senior members of his team who were investigated, some arrested and jailed. We had heightened and increased tensions between the United States and Russia. The list goes on and on about the consequences of President Obama and his senior cabinet members politicizing intelligence once again, and I say these words very clearly, to enact what was essentially a years-long coup, subverting the will of the American people in that election in November. Now, you referenced this.
Okay, so that's her, cutting to the chase, not doing all the fancy smancy Trump theater stuff, but it's out there. It's there. She put the files out. We've known all this. Ryan, you mentioned there's some stuff in there that is new. I haven't looked closely enough at it to see. Is there? You're saying there is some new stuff in there? Does that change anything, or no? It's not.
No. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't materially in any way change what we understood about this. But and again, I was not privy to as many documents as she's putting out there about what the reality is. Listen, I mean, so my point is just like with the JFK point or anything else, they can dump a lot of documents in front of you. Many of them may very well be new. It doesn't actually change anything that matters to the case. Right. So that's what the point is that you can look at all that. And if you had never seen this before, it's compelling. You look at it and go, yes, it's clear there was a manipulation. That's what I'm saying. So there's elements to it that might be new. It doesn't change the reality of it. But my thing that stood out to me is it's interesting. Like, I remember, I'm sure your audience remembers, I think, from last talk. Like, I do not believe, not the same as saying that it doesn't matter if you're forced to live in a state of society, which we are, but I do not believe today that your vote translates to the outcome. I think that's provable. Wait to listen to Pasta's interview with Clint Curtis. He'll tell you the same, right? I mean, it's clear that there's elements that show you that we have been subverted as a country in regard to voting for the outcome. So if that's the mindset, and please don't take my word for it, but consider it, then you have to think of it from that view, right? When they say not accepting the results or, a coup. So how can that happen if we're talking about one entity? How does that make sense if we're talking about a government that uses partisan politics to keep you in this game? So just think about it, right? So if that's the mindset, it's interesting. But let's just pretend for the sake of conversation that it is two parties fighting each other. The idea of the words they're using, like not accept the results. Isn't this just like that's why they're saying reverse Russiagate, or even just reverse, it's the same multiple other elements of election stuff where it becomes we're not accepting the results, or Trump is claiming they cheated and now it's they're the one. It's how long until this becomes treason or insurrection? Like that's where, and arguably you could make a fair case about that. But the point is, this is about trying to create that momentum. And my original point is the same, is that I haven't seen anything official. They're just still putting documents out on Twitter and talking about it in the media. I think that it wouldn't have gone this way if they were really wanting to arrest this person. You know what I mean? Like, why he would be, if right now, if everything they have in those documents is the case, why isn't he arrested?
Yeah.
Right now. Like, somebody explain to me why he wouldn't already be in handcuffs. It doesn't make sense.
That's a great point. I love that point, because that goes back to the long list we all went through earlier. And you mentioned mRNA. You're like, it's so, like, if the thing is bad, if we have all the evidence, what are we waiting for? And you got people go, it takes time. He's got 4 years. Give him some time. And it's like, when it's ready to go, you go. Why are you waiting? So that's another example of that. It's a great point. Why not? Hey, Obama, you have the right to remain silent, like right now. But we're not seeing that, obviously.
Or the worst of the use of the word coup. I just think these stand out as, clearly you could argue that, right? And I wouldn't even dispute that. Like, I think that's, but again, my original point, I think should carry, think about that in the context of how I don't think over the years they've ever shown you that they're the same thing. But the coup aspect is interesting because of the larger points that I'm talking about, that at a time right now, whether through Epstein, which is, let's be clear. And back to your original point, I did want to say that Epstein and like to the list and the sex part of it, I agree with both Whitney and Bermas that that's not the real issue. That is a means to an end, right? That's the mechanism used to hide the larger problem, right? But it is still wildly important to recognize that they were manipulating, whether children or young teens or adults through this sexual blackmail network. It's clear that it happened, but it's about, there's weapons trafficking, there's, eugenics, transhumanism, technocracy elements, but also just the basic point that's it's actually about the control of politicians through this sexual blackmail, right? That's what it really comes down to. And so it all kind of comes back to the idea of whether that in and of itself is the evidence of a larger coup. And these are all just moving parts of petty politicians to gain more power in the moment, while they're not even really in control of what's happening. All these are things that people can, I hope you will dispute, but look into it. That's all I ask. Look at the evidence.
There it is. That's the old school RYAN CRISTIÁN. You don't have to believe my work. Just look at the evidence over here, and then you make a decision for yourself, buddy. I was like, wow. For a guy in the independent news is telling you to think for yourself. Mind blown. You know, the Tulsi thing, I can't really put my head around it too as well. You know, I mean, I obviously have a history with Tulsi. You know, I remember the time where Tulsi, she was doing an event in a libertarian, a libertarian who lived up in the Hollywood Hills over there in his house. And she's standing on a coffee table. We're all around. There's about 100 of us. And she stops and she's like, you, and points right to me and goes, where were you for the workout today, Pasta? You said you were going to come. And I was like, I wanted to stay home and watch the Jets. And she's like, all right, I'll remember that. You know what I'm saying? I had a cool relationship with her. She followed me, sang happy birthday, saw her. But more importantly, she opened up the floor to us and let us, every single rally she had a press gaggle. And she seemed like the only one that had a spine or was really the peace candidate. And to see where she's at right now. What's that?
Sorry. I said when it worked for her. Yeah.
Yeah, when it worked for her. That's what I'm saying. She's, you know what I'm saying? And but if there's anybody you're going to accuse of playing 8D chess, it would be someone like her. You know what I'm saying? Not Donald Trump. I don't know what she's doing now. And it is disappointing to Rabbi Shmuley to kind of, and she doesn't really like love on Israel so much. She just hates on Sunni extremism. And that's like that can be considered worse because then she's manufacturing consent to bomb Gaza, to bomb Lebanon, to bomb Syria. So
which is counter to her original anti-war stance. It's not one side versus the other. It's that war's bad and shouldn't happen, right? It's clear.
Yes.
Like I think that she was clearly like I shared your hope for her. I as much as in the beginning, you know me, I was like, I don't trust politicians. I'll never, you know, it's going to take years of nonstop following through with what they have to say, which never seems to happen before I start believing in any politician again. But I always hope. Right? Massey, I hope, right? I hope that and then she spends the entire election telling you Clinton's a monster and then endorses her. And I'm like, well, there you go. Right. I mean, it's like, that's no principle right there. I don't care about the argument of, well, you got to take one side. Oh, he would have been worse. I don't stand up and say I'm endorsing none of them then, but they know that's not how the game works. And so even then though, I'm like, well, maybe she just rationalized that choice. But today, I don't know how you don't see, how we don't look at this and either acknowledge that she is either being forced to do these things or challenging everything that she claimed to stand for. Same with RFK. And this is why I can't help but at least consider that there's some other driving force around all of this that makes them willing. I mean, even Trump at this point, the one thing I keep hearing from people that support him is, why would he do this? He's committing political suicide. And I'm like, well, that's a good question, but don't let that stop you from acknowledging that it's happening. My point is that clearly these people are doing things that are against their interests, against American interests. And there's one group I can clearly see that it's in the interest of, but I don't think it's only that. But I think it's very clear here, and I'm talking about Zionists, Israel, not Jewish people at large. But I think it's really crazy to me that it's so obvious, back to that black hole point, that it's just, like, let's even say for sake of conversation, for those that might have thought of this before, let's just say it's China. I can wrap my mind around that. I don't think the evidence is for it, but I mean, shouldn't that matter that you have a government that's like, to the obvious degree, manipulating through all sorts of outcomes what our politicians can do, Anyway, the larger point being is that now they're in this position. They're in a very obvious, proudly Zionist administration, as Trump will tell you, the most Israel-supported administration in history. Yeah. And they're all being guided by things that seem to contradict what they built their careers on. That speaks for itself, I think.
Guys, I have a heart out. It is now 5:30, so I have to go. I have some responsibilities. Take care of mom. Take care of some friends. Thank you, Ryan, so much for coming on. I was going to jump on with you this morning, was the original plan, but I saw that Derek Rose was there, Gordon Dimmick, so I kind of just sat back and let you guys ride. But it's always a pleasure talking to you. We have to get together, talk some more stuff. I have some exciting election integrity news. Tomorrow, I am taking off to Chicago in the morning, so I will not be able to do my show tomorrow. I'm taking a day off of drive time, but every single Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen, come join Drive Time. It's a call-in show, Greater New York, huge audience, just a fun time. It's really one of the funnest things I do. Tuesdays or Thursdays, I will be on the Homeless Left because it looks like we're dancing in and out. Mondays and Fridays, Truth Wire with Fiorella Isabel. Thank you guys so much. I love you. I'll speak to you guys soon.
Thank you, Craig.
Good to see you
next time. Well, Ryan, if we have you for another 15, that would be awesome, because I just want to finish this convo. You mentioned about this, whether Tulsi is being forced to do this or she does not liking it, and this idea that we're talking. I mean, she's literally bringing up this language again that we, about cooing, and we know this is, and our audience knows, and you're right on the money on this. Like, we understand it's a uniparty, it's a fake system. This they're trying to stop us. We got to stop them, and they're using the judicial system against us. So we're going to do it back to them. So the whole thing is all theater. However, I do see when Tulsi's doing this, I kind of almost see a gleam in her eye, like she gets to do the thing that works. She knows this works, and it's kind of nice for her to be on the other side and not this punching bag on the left where she had put so much of her own blood, sweat, and tears to be considered on that stage and then be just kind of brushed aside and called. And she was called. I mean, let's remember. I mean, even though it's theater, it probably doesn't feel good that Hillary Clinton was calling you a Russian asset and you're a traitor to the country when you served in the military. So like obviously that can go to a place where now she's on Fox saying we got to get justice for this thing that was done to our president. I bet she's liking that, and we're not thinking anymore about her telling us that Iran didn't have any nuclear capability, and then she got overridden by Trump. So I think she likes being in this power seat, and it's true. There are MAGAs that are forgetting about Epstein now, and they're listening to this, and they're going, "Oh, that's right. The Democrats made shit up about us, and now it's time that they pay." And so that's there's definitely that glee in her eye here. That's what I'm seeing. I mean, this is and I think this might be working as far as getting the audience's attention and distracting.
Yeah, what's interesting on your point there is that I can see that. I mean, because again, I think we've made it very clear. There's valid points to be made here, right? So it's not like, imagine you're in her position, and whether it's what I'm saying or just that she's trapped between the Trump administration, like whatever it is, and then she can't say what she wants, to be able to sit there and be like, real crime, let's go after it. Like, yeah, I imagine that's probably refreshing when you're constantly trapped in a circle of lies. I mean, it's the same thing we're seeing with pretty much everybody in his administration, from Noam to Bondi to Eggset. Like, they keep getting caught lying. The judges from conservative or liberal judges, I think it was 1 in 3 of them are saying that they're, it was something like 40+% of the things they presented to courts in regard to immigration, they're being caught lying about or altering it or deceiving the court or, making things up. And or even Bondi, for example, was, she basically being charged with trying to force people to lie about certain things or cover things up, or people have resigned because of it, or she fired the ethics people because they were like, well, that's against the law. Like, I don't know whether these people are just dishonest or they're being driven to do so because they're in the presidency and they aren't going to say no to the president. The point though is that they must be refreshing to be able to do something that is at least somewhat honest. But the larger point is still the same. And I'm glad you brought up the Iran point, is that we just went through this.
Yeah.
I mean, she says something that is, you can't misunderstand it. And it also aligns with what the former administration has said, what the International Atomic Energy Agency said before and currently, that they're not seeking that weapon, right? And then she comes out and goes and posts that video and says they're taking me out of context and sides with Trump. I'm like, okay, so she's willing to, same point I'm making all day. She's willing to make herself look that stupid. She's willing to side and state something she knows we know is wrong to maybe side with Trump, or I don't know, maybe more. It's about Iran, the nuclear point. We know where that comes from. I mean, it's interesting, not to always bring it back to that, but I think what's interesting is that clearly she's already exposed herself to be willing to lie for Trump. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard to take this face value. But to your other point about whether it's working, yeah, I mean, it always does to some degree. I mean, look, we're talking about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, either way, there is a level of like, this thing takes some of the conversation, some of the air out of the room, to whether, the people that are like not the blind follower influencers are buying it. I think there's some of it. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a huge portion of them that would take whatever you handed them that made it look like he wasn't the guy. You know what I mean? Because they really want to believe in Trump. And I would argue most of them probably for good reason or good intentions. They want the good things for the country that aren't happening. And so they hope that Trump will follow through. But I think it's a come to Jesus moment for a lot of them right now. It's just, it's not happening.
Yeah. And it is clear 100% that Tulsi is she's willing to do anything, compromise her moral integrity, whatever her next order, whatever her next assignment is. She's like, I'm there. And even if it includes, and let's not forget the humiliation ritual part of the fact that she had to concede to Trump was right before that. He said on record, I don't care what she says. It's not what she says doesn't matter. Oh, so you don't care about your director of national intelligence? No, not really. So that going through that even, and now she's here. I'm sure this is much easier for her to do this Sean Hannity interview than to be told that she didn't matter just a few weeks ago. It wasn't even that long ago, like a month ago.
And what message does that send to her? You know, like, so in her mind, okay, well, if I ever come out and say something that challenges what Trump said, then I look like the fool.
Yeah.
The entire MAGA base dismisses me. You know, everybody, he calls me a more. And so what do? You know, and some people would stick with their principles. Most politics would go and fall in line.
Yeah.
You know, path of least resistance.
Exactly. So just back to the Maxwell thing, because you mentioned this earlier, and we're seeing conflicting reports on what's going on here as far as her engagement and how that's going to look. The only one I was able to grab was this, and I don't think it's still kind of vague, but I know it's coming from Benny Johnson, but it's saying that Pam Bondi is the one that will be meeting with Maxwell to expose the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. It's an unprecedented move, but it could have either been part of the plan the whole time, or this could be part of the damage control, or a little bit of both, regardless of how or when this is going to happen. What can come from this? How the hell, Ryan, no matter how this goes, how the hell are they going to spin this to your original point, which everybody knows? Why the hell is she up for charges on something that you just told us doesn't exist?
Yep.
How the hell do we spin this? And what kind of deal could be made from this situation, whether it's damage control or whether it's by design?
Yeah, well, I mean, the spinning is, you know, it's interesting. Clearly, the only way you can ever keep going forward with these things as a partisan is to just pretend like that just didn't happen. Even though Trump seems to be like aggressively staying with that argument, you know, it's clear that if every step they take in this direction is then showing you that what he's saying right now is false. I find that to be just ridiculous. But, you know, the point, first of all, to the tweet you showed, unprecedented. What in any way is unprecedented about that? Of somebody meeting with somebody to find testimony that might, I just laugh at the cheerleading of that. Everything they do is the best thing ever by the Johnsons and Jones of the world. It's just, well, I will give, you know, Jones at least gives you lip service around it, but Benny just seems to be like a clapping seal. Anytime anything happens, like, wow, it's the best thing ever. It just makes me laugh.
I think that's perfect. The clapping seal is perfect analogy. I love it.
Yeah. But so the point about the Maxwell thing, you know, it's so again, what the point to refresh it on is that, so originally she's in jail for trafficking, right? And again, there's other things going on, but there is a charge for trafficking, which means there needs to be, like, you can't charge and prove someone trafficked if there's not a person on the receiving end. That's the charge, is the you know, the transaction. And so the problem here is that now that Trump said it's a hoax, where, you know, a problem, it depends on who you are, but now the lawyers are saying, okay, well, we have an appeal. So you're claiming the president just claimed it's not real. So we're going to get the motion going. I argue they probably already know that, and I would argue there clearly is evidence, and they know that. And so this is a card they're playing. So they're going, okay, well, guess what? We can make her talk. Right. So now that you just opened this door, now you need to give us something. So that's why they're coming around the side, because the truth is this shouldn't be some backdoor deal with Bondi. This should be something that is testimony taken by the investigatory team. Right. So it's on the record. But that's why you're having people jump in, or I shouldn't say I know the mindset, but saying, let's get her in front of Congress. But so here's the interesting thing. The Jones today is telling you that, well, that's the Democrats are going to get her to lie about Trump. Well, how could you possibly know that? But if she's going to be standing up in front of Congress, I would much rather have her being sent there at the behest of Democrats, or rather just by anybody who wants to there. It's not just Democrats who want her to testify. Todas Massey. And so you're going to step in there and you're going to give testimony publicly versus taking in the back room and having Bondi and you talk. Who knows what about? Who knows what you decide? And then, as Whitney pointed out, coming out and giving you testimony that might have been changed by whatever deal you made. You know, to me, one is very obviously the better direction. And that's the one being shouted down by the team sport politic MAGA people by saying it's because they're going to trap you. I mean, you don't know that what she's going to say is going to implicate Trump. You don't know that. But so now it's being set up in that way. So right now we're in this limbo state, right? Where I argue it makes most sense for Ghislaine's team to say, okay, well, let's deal with the government. Because what they want is to get her out of jail. That's all they want. They don't want you. They don't care about the truth. She's the criminal, right? So if they can make a deal, they will. And I guarantee you that will benefit the team that wants to cover it up and Maxwell herself. And even Whitney points to a movement to people that are trying to like free Ghislaine Maxwell, like make it somehow she's like like she was played by Epstein and she's the victim in all this. Like there's a part of that within the Republican side of this. So where it goes, we'll have to wait and see. But I think the evidence, guys, it's already there. Just like Russiagate, you already know the reality of this. You already know. Just look. Stop being blinded by your partisan, team, and just look at the evidence and how they've acted. And again, the fact that Trump is literally in the moment proving to lie to you. How is that not enough?
Yeah. And don't let him rewrite history either with this Democratic like psyop that's not real. And don't worry, Epstein he's just a dude. He killed himself. Any other big thing about a list or any other thing, that's all a Democratic ploy to make me look bad.
Yeah.
Don't listen. We know that the Democrats have been covering for this the whole time. They have been gaslighting, they have been punishing, they have been manipulating, maneuvering around Epstein and all the child sex trafficking problems we've had in this country for years and years. And I can tell you from Hollywood, we got to remind people that when a movie like Sound of Freedom comes out, it's Hollywood that gaslights it. They say, don't see it. It's a QAnon piece. They don't want people talking about this. So beyond Epstein, I think we have a massive problem. And this is the key. And this is why I think Epstein is the key to getting more people in a real populist movement from both sides, because this has to be that moment where you go, if both sides are protecting this issue, both sides, it's not, and again, it's not about Epstein. It's about this idea that there is this underground child sex trafficking ring that elites just don't want you to know about, and they want to keep it going. And that's it. Elite.
No, so elitist, right? Because elite implies they're better than you. Elitists means they think they're better than you, right? That's
great. Yes. More exact, elitist.
Right.
They don't want us to know about it. It doesn't, D's and R's and blues and reds don't matter. It's the elitist class that do not want us to be talking about it, know about it, and they're going to punish people who go too far with their asking of questions, and they're going to make examples out of them. And so what are the chances that this could be a turning moment if enough MAGAs stay on this and don't leave, don't get distracted, don't forget about it, stay on this, and enough people on our side, as far as like that we've left the Democratic Party and we're saying there is a problem here, that they don't want this stuff to get out. What is the chances that we can start a new kind of movement behind this from a populist point of view, or are we just going to go back to business as usual? It's going to be back to red team versus blue team. We're all going to forget about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's always possible. I mean, I think that's always an attempt because that's worked for so long. But I think we all sense, and kind of the point that I'm making, that you can't really put the toothpaste back in the bottle. Like it's people are seeing through it. The people are questioning things they've never questioned before. So I think what we're going to get most likely is the shoe I've been waiting to drop for a long time, which is not the real movement you're talking about of the third party. That's what might actually happen if they do nothing, but the manufacturing of that. And America Party for Elon Musk, for example, or, technocracy AI will save us from all of the crimes. It's like, that's what I sense coming. And I don't even know if that's going to work. I feel like it might be a moment where, as much as it will be chaotic and it will feel like everything's crazy, I think it's a positive step of process to get beyond this, to not buy the narratives and to recognize that that you are the person who makes your own decisions, not some party, not whatever the team said that day. So I think it's going to be a difficult road for them to put it back in. But I think either way, I don't think we're done with the, false binary of the two, but the same idea with 3 or 4, the same thing the UK has, right? I think that game is going to continue, but it depends on what we do, right? It's about self-responsibility to actually see something change and stop falling in line with these things, and I'll end at one point, and then I do have to break off, is that, you pointed out the suicide point, right? I mean, it's crazy to me that they've clearly shoved the conversation over to the list, right? But then that's just as problematic for them. But are we pretending we don't already know do we already forget the Trump administration, Trump himself rolled out the idea that he killed himself? I mean, nobody thinks that, especially the conservative side, right? And if you look at the evidence, even the autopsy, what's his name? I forget the autopsy, the doctor, but he said it was the hyoid bone. He said it's not possible. This is not how that went. This was evidence of something else, or the bottle that's on the bed supposedly that was left upright when he supposedly jumped off or whatever, or the material that they say, so again, he's in a room designed to stop people from being able to do that. Then he was put on suicide watch on top of that. And we're to pretend that he was able to do that with material that apparently is not able to, that it's supposed to tear so you can't kill yourself. Then we're told that the cameras were off mysteriously. Oh, they all fell asleep. Oh, but wait, here's a video. Oh, oops, but we censored 2.5 minutes out of it and didn't tell you that. And we pretend like everything was okay. All of this has happened, right? Or the video itself proving many old lies about the story that you can watch and learn for yourself. It's just, they have lost control. And I think that's obvious, but I'm glad that people like you and the show you're doing and the good work you're doing, that we can talk about this, that we can get this in front of people. But, again, we're self-responsibility. Keep the momentum going. Don't fall in line.
Yeah. Ryan Christian, the last American vagabond, your original fighting the power, fighting this, fighting the censorship industrial complex, all of this stuff that kind of we're calling for a movement of everybody coming together. We're all on the same side, fighting this crap, and you've been doing it for so long. Thanks for setting such a great example for us here at the Homeless Left to live up to this level, because it's a fight every single day. You do such a good job, and we really appreciate it. Where can people find you, and what do you have coming up?
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. And I'm glad to be here. TheLastAmericanVagabond.com is the best place to go for everything. As always, don't let these platforms be the conduit between you and our information. Whether, I imagine you have a website, right? Go to the Homeless Left, right? Don't let them be the dictate what you see. Upcoming stuff, I'll just shout out, Derek has the People's Reset coming out. So he runs the Conscious Resistance, but he's also a member of the Last American Vagabond. And he is People's Reset is kind of a counterbalance, like a response to the Greater Reset. It's about the other direction. And I believe that's January 28th off the top of my head. But just check out, I think it's still thegreaterreset.org is the website. Originally, it was the Greater Reset, but it was too close. So it's now the People's Reset. Derek put a great article out today for T.L.A.V about the biometric shift that's happening in Mexico. A lot of good stuff coming, but just, keep questioning stuff, guys. Question everything. Check out your independent media, support your independent media, and looking forward to talking again, brother.
Awesome. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. All right. RYAN CRISTIÁN, The Last American Vagabond. Great conversation here, guys. We'll upload the segment on its own. You guys can watch the entirety of our conversation, and we always keep the conversations going. Everything's kind of a process, right? We're going through a process of discovery, investigation, and occasionally we get these aha moments, which are awesome when we have those, and then we can reassess moving forward as the days unfold. So we have more show coming up for you right now. We actually are going to bring on our next guest up a little bit here. We're going to go another hour after this hour. So let me do this before we get to some talking back with you guys. And we might break that up into a couple, just because I'm going to be doing it on my own today. But before we bring our next guest in to talk about, we're going to be talking about the ICE raid situation here in LA. But before that, I think what we're going to do is I have a segment we weren't able to do earlier. I'm going to do that one right now. Let me get it ready here. We're going to talk a little Netanyahu, actually, with you guys. There was this interview. Yeah, I'm gonna bring this thing up. This is as far as journalism goes, I don't know if you guys have heard of they're called the Nelk boys. That's it, the Nelk boys. I'm gonna set this up here. We're gonna get into this. If you guys haven't heard about it, we didn't hear about them either until we saw this interview. So let me throw this together here. Give me 1 second. Here we are. Okay. Yeah, let's just get right to it. Okay. The Nelk boys. If you guys haven't heard of these two, they've been doing this podcast for, I guess, representing themselves as these chill frat boys, talking crap, just kind of, guys, just how podcasts could be if politics weren't in play and we weren't actually commenting on the world and actually, engaging with real events that actually affect us and the people around the globe. But for some reason, these two were able to nail an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. That's weird. Why would Netanyahu do an interview with two guys that never even do any politics at all? Well, we're going to see. I'm going to hear you guys. I'm going to introduce you to them right now. They're going to tell you about the interview they're about to do, and then we're going to see a couple of clips of this. But yeah, these guys, something's a little off here. Let's see if you guys can discover it with us. We'll take a closer look. Here it is.
Internet now too. It's like you don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit, and it's like you see a headline, and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about what's going on in Israel and Iran and Palestine, and to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So it's gonna be interesting to sit down with Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of just ask him some questions about what we read online and
get educated.
Probably gonna be a lot of hate in the comments and stuff like that.
Get educated. Oh, I guess that's how journalism works. If you want to make the crossover from a podcast talking crap on whatever, and you want to move into politics, just bring on a guy wanted by the International Criminal Court for genocide he's committing in real time, and he'll teach you guys. He'll be your educator about how to conduct journalism, and he'll educate you on the region too that you guys haven't paid any attention to. That's a great idea. Okay, let's see how this goes.
My opinion, I mean, dude,
we're journalists, right?
We're we're technically journalists.
How can you pass up this opportunity at the end of the day?
No, and
how can you pass up this opportunity? Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Like if you had the opportunity to fight Mike Tyson at his prime and you never fought a fight before, how could I pass up this opportunity? Well, you give you a pretty strong list of why you should pass up that opportunity, just for your own mental health and physical health and your well-being, just your life in general. But in this case, it's actually worse than that analogy. It's worse than Mike Tyson kicking the crap out of someone who had no business being in the ring. This is worse because we're talking about influencing a massive amount of people in an arena, in a ring you've never been into. But okay, keep justifying this.
Plus, at the end of the day, it's like we get the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful people in the world, a world leader.
Yeah.
And we get to ask him some stuff, and we're going to ask him what we want to ask him too. So if you guys, want to...
Oh, by the way, that's a giveaway. We're going to ask him what we want to ask him too. So what that's pretty funny. So that means he got his list of questions already, and they're looking at the things that they're required to do. So they left that, but that's funny because we know that's what he's not saying. But we get to ask our questions too. Okay, that'll be fun. I can't wait to hear what those are.
Hear shit, whatever questions you guys want to hear. There's probably a ton of other interviews of him on CNN or typical news stuff. We're gonna ask him what we want to ask him. So to me, this is crazy. Like how far we've come, and we're get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane. So
yeah, I mean, for any backlash, this is just an opportunity. Again, you can't really pass up. I don't see it. Like, there's no one else doing this.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll sit down with any world leader in the world.
I agree.
I mean, my dream guess is Kim Jong-un.
Both of
Kim
ours.
Jong-un, if you're watching this.
Okay, these guys are just being idiots right now. Why aren't more people doing this? Because he's only selecting you because you guys are complete putzes. Don't you understand that? Like, do you think other people turned it down? They don't want to confront Netanyahu. Other journalists don't want to confront him. Oh, they don't feel like it. You guys, however, you guys have great impulses as journalists to say yes to interviews that everybody else is just turning down. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, no self-awareness that you might be being used right now. But okay, go ahead.
This is kind of like
to come to North Korea and interview you.
All I could think about is the interview when we're doing
I'm
this.
so down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah, we'll do everybody.
I mean, you guys sound like idiots. Idiots. After we beat Tyson, we're gonna get all of it. We're just gonna keep. You're just living in your own head here. But again, this is not the boxing analogy. The sports analogy is not doing it justice, because this is actually affects people's lives, because you're affecting your opinions of a lot of people who also haven't been paying attention and are going to listen to this piece of shit who's going to start by insulting you. First thing he's going to do is insult the podcast arena, which he has not really done. I don't think Netanyahu's done this. So he's going to give one snarky comment about it right off the bat.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the...
Okay. So that's the beginning. That's how it started. Just to give you more of a background here, these guys from JobSite, the Nelk Boys, Canadian frat bro, YouTube crew turned Trump adjacent merch empire, just sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And then they're going to do their little intro here. JobSite's going to tell you about that. It's that I see so much about what's going on in Israel and Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what's going on there. So it's going to, yeah, this is what you just heard. So it's going to be interesting. We don't know anything about anything, but this will be interesting to have this psychopath, murderer, genocider, war criminal, crimes against humanity, baby murderer, sit down and explain to you what's going on. That's the guy I want to educate me on, Palestine 101. That'll be great. That'll be really great. And then just to give you a backstory, okay, one of these guys, the guy on the right, that's Aaron Steinberg. His father is Harvey Steinberg, and Harvey, his lawyer, defended Asher Carney, a convicted nuclear weapons smuggler, back in 2004. So none of this is actually surprising as far as how did you set this thing up. Nelk boys are dual citizens running propaganda for a wanted war criminal. They made it clear what side they stand on. They never dress up in suits, along with putting up the Israeli flag for their boss. So they're completely uncomfortable going into this. There's the flag in place. There are the suits. They don't ever wear suits, apparently. I don't know. I don't watch them, but yeah, you're definitely going to be able to tell how uncomfortable this is for both of them. So let's check out a couple of the clips of what went down during this interview. Well, let's start with what question would you start off? Let's see if you guys were doing this interview. What question would you start off with? Maybe a friendly warm-up one. Let's talk about food. What do you like better, Netanyahu? Do you like McDonald's or Burger King? Because the people want to know.
Who at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper.
The double,
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the
you're wrong.
BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was fine. I mean, I like Burger.
Unbelievable. Talking about fast food while you're actively starving people to death. If you've already killed 500,000, or you have the 2.2 million that started in the Gaza Strip, you killed 500,000 of them already, at least 500,000. The rest are starving to death right now. That's 2.2 million people minus the 500,000 that are dead. 1.7 million people starving to death right now. Yet we want to know if you prefer a Big Mac or a Whopper. Good start, guys. Way to get that, way to kick things off really strong. Okay, well, what did they come up with next? Oh, let's talk about the accusations of the Palestinians. This is the one. Netanyahu is going to tell us why Palestinians are so bad and need to die. And I hope these boys are taking notes, because it's important we know, why are you killing all of them? Well, please tell us, Netanyahu.
And they teach their children that the greatest duty is to murder as many Jews as they want. The so-called moderates, the other branch, not Hamas, the moderates that are described as such, they pay for slay. The more Jews you kill, the more they pay the murderers. I mean, that's a death
Which is crazy, yeah. Some of the anti-Semitism I see is pretty nuts.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm an American Jew, and it's hard to identify as that.
I understand.
You almost don't even want to own it.
But I think we just changed history. I see American Jews are very proud now. Jews around the world are very proud because these guys were out to murder us and do another Holocaust. The Holocaust, the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. There are now 7 million Jews, close to 8 million Jews in Israel.
So he's literally going to sit there and imply on this lame podcast that it's going to be worse than the Holocaust because there's 7-8 million Jews in Israel, and that's 2 million more that were killed in Nazi Germany. Are either of these two podcast hosts / I guess we'll do quotations journalists? Are either of them going to ask him how close are they to that so far? How many have they killed? Or no, we're just talking about a feeling. Of course it's a feeling. Netanyahu loves feelings. He always feels like something is going to happen. That's his entire thing. That's everything. Netanyahu's MO is feelings. These things are going to happen, so we have to stop them before they happen.
They want to murder all of us, and they say so. And all of a sudden, unlike the Holocaust 80 years ago, we were completely defenseless, and they butchered us. Now we're not defenseless, but we are targeting them. And even though we have to fight the vilification that is happening in America too, ultimately, people join winners.
Oh,
that's what happens. People join winners.
People join winners. Again, we have no moral compass when we're Zionists. All we care about is winning and losing. That's it. There's nothing of morality there. There's no humanity there. There's no people get in the streets for a good cause. He can't even pretend that's the case. All he can do is talk about how you can manufacture people's alignment. You do it with flags and balloons and target messaging and all of the money put into APEC, but not only that, the ADL, all the money put in to manufacturing propaganda so people feel like you're the winner. That's your way to the goal line. It's just theater. You're telling us that's what matters. You're not telling us that morality matters. You're telling us that people like winners. Therefore, let's figure out how to become the winner. That's it. Are these two pushing back? Hell no, they're not. Do they even get one good question in? I didn't watch the whole thing, but apparently there is a clip I'm going to play right now. They ask one question. One question. Are you going to get a follow-up from it? No. One question about the starving of the Gazan people, of Palestinians. Come on, guys. Let's get them on this. You can do it, journalists. Go for it. Get them on it. Get them on the starving of Palestinians right now. Here we go.
Israel's like starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food.
Oh my God, he sounded like Bernie Sanders right there. What happens? Hamas steals the food. Oh, really? Oh, so you guys wanted to give them food. Well, why do you want to give them food? I thought they were all going to kill you. So this doesn't make any sense. And he knows he can get away with this. We're trying to aid them. We want to nurse them back to health. We really care. We're, as RFK Jr. says, the Israeli army, the IDF is the kindest, most moral army in the whole planet. We want them to live. We're trying to get them all Big Macs right now. We got a whole order from McDonald's. It was for 2.2 million, but we had to cancel 500,000 of them. You know why? Because just they're not going to eat when they're dead. So we had to cancel those ones. But we still have 1.7 million Big Macs on their way right now. The problem is that it's Hamas. Hamas is stealing the aid. Okay, yeah. Are you guys going to push back on that? I don't think they are. Because again, this is their first time doing this, and they don't know how to conduct an interview. So that will be it. Let's see what more garbage response do you have for us, Netanyahu?
Takes the good chunk for itself. Then they jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine.
Is there any pushback? No, of course not. Of course not. So they asked the question. It was probably a question one of their followers asked them to ask. And look, I'm not saying that they went in this as total, like these two total Zionist dudes that were ready to just do propaganda with him the whole time. I think they went in completely ignorant. That's the problem. We saw their ties to one of their fathers, to deceptive stuff from Israel. We know that that's the tie. That's probably the communication that allowed them to have access to Netanyahu. But I will give them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't go in this with nefarious purposes. They just don't know how to do journalism, and that's why they were the perfect target for Netanyahu. And I'll tell you, I saw this clip. This is after the interview. And this one's a telling one. This one's going to, if you guys think that they were intentionally trying to make him look good, it's worse. It's worse that they weren't actually intentionally doing it. They actually didn't know what they were doing. That's the point. Here's their after discussion with some of their fans who I would imagine were completely pissed off about what they did. And so you can see they're affected by it here. But here's one of their reactions. Here's their reactions to one of their viewers' comments on what they watched and what you guys just saw a lot of.
A good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to. That's a good point. We're here to fucking learn, to be honest, guys.
We're here to fucking learn. Yeah, no, you said that up front. We get it. You said this is a learning opportunity. How can you say no to this interview? You guys were honest about that. I actually believe that part. I hope you've had a new consideration now that you've gone through this once. Your first interview with somebody in politics. Like politics is like it's like sports. It's just a hobby. It's not a guy sitting down with you that is responsible for, as we said, in real time, out of all the people, he's already killed 500,000. But there was 2.2 million. There's 1.7 million starving to death right now. And you thought it was a good idea to ask him about McDonald's and Burger King and which burger you prefer while you're starving people to death with our taxpayer money. I hope you've learned a lesson from this experience. We all learn from our lessons as journalists. You self-describe yourselves as journalists. You certainly have a following on your podcast. Congratulations. But calling yourself a journalist and then doing a disservice, to say the least, a disservice to the discussion, not to mention completely disrespectful to journalists on the ground, journalists covering this for years, not just since October 7th. We've been part of this for the last 2 years, but to disrespect outlets like the Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, disrespect countless people that have been part of pushing back and getting in there to get the real story. You're talking about Big Macs and Whoppers. And again, I appreciate that you're listening to your fans now. And they're probably, most of them, I would hope, at least half of them, I would hope, are legitimately concerned about, do you guys think that you're going to get the next interview with, is that, you still want that? You want the Putin interview next? Is that what's going on? Or are you guys going to take a step back and start to reconsider your approach to what we take very seriously in this arena? And we do learn from each thing. And I hope you're learning too. Because again, no one else is turning that down. You were selected because you were vulnerable enough. You were a target for him to come in and blather about how Palestinians want to kill us all. So we got to wipe them off first, off the face of the planet first. And then we're going to lie about giving them aid, which we don't want to do. Why would you want to give aid to people you're trying to wipe off the face of the earth? Because they want to kill you. So we got to kill them first. So think about it. Go through the tapes, review it, and figure out if this is what you want to do. Nelk boys. What is it? The Nelk boys? Think of that if this is what you actually want to do, or if you're just better off, go back to what you're good at, which is talking about beer pong and hooking up and all your pretend college frat stuff, and you'll have plenty of money making opportunity with that. Just do that. Just do that. But yeah, this isn't a joke. This isn't sports. This isn't a boxing ring. This isn't a leisurely activity. This is people's lives we're talking about. So take it effing seriously. Okay, that's enough on that one. Let's go ahead. We're gonna set up for the next segment here. I think I think we're gonna be ready for this soon. So what I'm gonna do is give you guys a couple minutes. Go ahead and grab a bathroom break, grab a drink, and we will be right back with our next guest. And we're gonna be talking about LA ICE raids. We're going to be talking about what's going on here, the pushback right here in LA. So we're really, really excited about this conversation. So go ahead and we'll break here, and we'll see you guys back in a few minutes. Okay. This is the Homeless Left. Okay, we are back. We are back with some more Homeless Left for you guys. Just getting situated here. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. You can always go back and watch our live shows. They're on replay all the time on Rumble. All of our shows. We don't take anything down, so you can go back and check that out if you're watching us on Rumble or on Twitter. Although we can't keep the shows on Twitter, but we don't get censored on these ones. That's great. They don't take our channel down. They don't give us strikes and warnings. What we do, however, get is a little shadow banning. That does tend to happen, and it's definitely a surveillance state we're in. So we're certainly assuming that everything's being kept in a database to eventually be used against us, because it always is. We're all part of that. That machine is against all of us. So even if it's something you don't care about, eventually they'll come after you. So let's all be for free speech. Let's all be against censorship, the rights of, basic First Amendment rights, the right to protest, the right for the people you disagree with to have a right to protest. Let's make sure that's included, not just things you agree on. Otherwise, it's not a principle. Free speech is not a principle. unless you apply it. You apply it when it's inconvenient to do it. If you only apply it when it's convenient, well, then it's not really a principle. It's called a hobby. But we're about principles on this show. This channel, The Homeless Left on YouTube, it's called THL Presents, and that's because our Homeless Left main channel was terminated. Why? Why would they terminate us? Oh, I don't know. Maybe for having discussions and challenging things like anti-war discussions, challenging Israel, challenging the Ukraine war. Maybe it's about our challenging of big pharma. Who knows? They told us we had medical misinformation for talking to doctors and scientists about COVID. I guess that was not okay to do. But we're back on THL Presents. So you guys can go ahead, throw up comments too. We'll get to you guys later after the next interview, and we'll be engaging with you as well. So you can engage with us on the YouTube channel or Twitter or on X as well. We get all the comments here, and we'll respond to you guys after the next segment. But if you're just joining us now, this is an important topic for us here at the Homeless Left. It's super important because we're here in LA, and you guys know we cover Hollywood, we cover any happenings here. We were here top of the year. How did things start out? We had a huge fire with the LA fires. We were right in the middle. A lot of people were running away from it. We ran to it. We wanted to show you guys what was going on. So after that, as you guys know, we've been covering the ICE raids and the protests. And as we saw, a lot of the pushback wasn't, let's just say there was a lot of dishonest approach to that, where we had real protesters showing up, and then you had provocateurs being placed into the crowd. You guys know the drill, but this was always about manufacturing consent for the MAGA base, not just for immigration. They already got that. They already got him with that. That's one of the main things Trump campaigned on, and he did it. This is one of the things he actually came through on. He said, I'm going to do this, and he did it. But it's also about manufacturing consent for the technocracy state, the digital ID state, which we have to get both parties on board for. So this is how you do that, and you bring in Palantir. So you guys know the whole drill. But sometimes we forget about the human discussion on this, and we look at the macro, and we show you guys this is what they're telling us, this is what they really mean. So in the case of the ICE raids in LA, I have to admit something. We thought it was only going to be temporary. We thought it was about getting that big beautiful bill going and getting the Palantir contracts in place, and then they would back off. But that didn't quite happen. Not here in LA. And LA is basically the epitome of all of the way that things are conducted here is going to be conducted around the rest of the country. So we have to look here first, and then you see all the other cities, all the other states fall into line. So when we saw that not too long ago, we had some massive police presence, ICE presence, that out of nowhere just showed up right here, very close to us. It's called MacArthur Park. So we're going to show you guys a little bit about what happened here. Here's the original overshot of them arriving.
News here. This is in MacArthur Park. Scott Reif is in Air 7 HD. And Scott, we have a lot going on. We haven't seen much in the way of detentions at this point, but we see a lot of confrontation. What are you seeing?
Okay, so the ABC, local ABC, they're not going to give you the best take on this, but I'll tell you this. This is they're doubling down right now, right here on it's a fear campaign is what it is. So those that go out in the street to protest this, we support that here on the Homeless Left. We think you should be protesting this. Nobody is being arrested for an actual crime. What's happening is people are being harassed. They're being run out of the area. They're being run out of their jobs. This is what's actually happening, and it's affecting us, everybody here in LA, because LA, as you guys know, or maybe you don't know, but it's the Latino population is massive here. So everybody at least knows somebody who's affected by this. And so it's not only affecting our well-being and people's ability to leave their homes, but it's affecting the production, the workforce as well. And we're going to get that to a second, but let me zoom in closer here and show you guys a little bit more of what it looks like from the ground. So anybody on the right now, and I just want to be very clear here, guys. This is a fear campaign. I'm telling you guys right now, this is a fear campaign. And if you think this is normal and you think that this is what we need all of our cities to have, is this type of behavior here in not just here in LA, but everywhere, because it doesn't stop here. Again, it's about, you try it out, you see, you kind of put your finger to the wind, you get a sense of the response, and then you double down in all the other cities and you do that. The other thing you guys got to understand is that it looks like on one hand, the LAPD would probably push back at this. No, they're assisting. They're assisting. Here's Karen Bass telling us. I am going to say. Karen Bass going to pretend that she has a problem with this and doing something about it, but she's not actually doing something about it. Check this out.
Mayor Bass, I need to get my phone and we're departing.
Okay. All right. Statement, Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass.
Mayor Bass.
Oh
Any comment, Mayor Bass?
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass,
They will be leaving soon.
Mayor Bass, who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone?
They had a custody.
Wow.
Yeah, she's not that great. She's not the best performer. She went dead air back at the fires. You guys remember that? She didn't have her script in front of her, so she didn't know how to respond. So she just went completely mute. That was funny. That was incredible that she got away with that one back in January. But here, this was well rehearsed. She had her line ready to go. We're pissed. We want them out. No, they're not. They're not leaving. You know why? Because you know how we know this? Because the LAPD contributes to supporting ICE, and this is how we know.
Look at LAPD Nazis. LAPD come to back up ICE.
So this is it. This is the system we have. It's pretend the leaders we elect, they're pretending to do something about it. They're not doing anything about it. ICE can basically do whatever they want, and they have been doing whatever they want. And this is the part, the human part, that's most important, and why we have to remind you guys and don't lose that human part. People's lives are affected by this. Their families are affected, their friends, their neighbors, because ICE can go around on their own with no identity. By the way, that's the key. They don't have to identify themselves. This is how gangs behave. This is how thugs behave. They don't have to do anything. They can come in, and they've been doing it. They've been coming into elementary schools, graduations, everywhere. And even though Trump put out a video, there was a moment just right before the No Kings March, and he put out a little thing and said, we're going to look into cutting back on the hospitality industry, cutting back on the service industry. We don't want to focus ICE on those areas because we need the workers. And he was right to say that. At the end of that, he said, I'm going to look into doing it. So he didn't do it. He said, I'm going to look at it. Well, apparently he looked at it and then didn't do it. So I admit we got that wrong here. We thought he was going to cut back because you can't have your service industries destroyed just because you're trying to play these games about manufacturing consent for digital ID system, which is what he's doing for his base. And the base took it hook, line, and sinker. They said, bring in Palantir. Show those Angelinos, those disrespectful, out of control protesters. How dare they? Teach them a lesson. Put everybody on a digital ID system, a supercomputer, which is what they're doing. That's happening. Okay, back to the human part. Here we are. There's no sign of this stopping. We have workers that are pushing back, and we're looking at that right now. But the most important part is you think about the families and the people that are affected. Our service industry is affected 100%. People don't want to leave the house. People that are doing nothing wrong. Again, this isn't about going after criminals. It's about going after people that are doing nothing wrong, that just want to go to work. They've been here for years and years and years. And now they're scared to leave their house. And what happens? The service industry is affected. The hospitality industry is affected. Small mom and pop businesses are affected. So let's hear it. I'm not going to tell you anymore from my point of view. I want to hear it from people actually affected by it, because they're in the service industry themselves, and this is leading to our next guest, which I'm so happy to have the opportunity to sit down with them. It's called World harvest, and it's I'm going to let them talk about it themselves, but this is what every community needs, is people doing work on the ground against the corporate system, providing food, providing everything you could possibly want from a grocery a store, and just that neighborhood friendly service, and giving you your produce for cheap, and giving back to the community. These guys check all the boxes. They're good friends of mine. I'm just very happy to have them have a chance to come on and tell their story. Please welcome to the show, Glenn and Chrisia. Hi, guys. Welcome.
Hey, Matt. Thank
Welcome
you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Glenn, Chrisia, thanks for taking out your time out of your day. I know you guys have been living through this last several months, just like we have here, and have a personal story behind it. I would like to first, so people know about this store, about World Harvest and what you guys do. We'll just start it off with, can you guys tell us about World Harvest and how it came to be, and the unique elements that you bring to the LA community?
Well, hi Matt, how are you?
Great, great, Glenn. Good.
I had to throw the Shaka sign out there, for
nice.
everybody. Hang loose.
I love it.
And right now we can only hang loose at this point. I started this project over 18 years ago, and we've been doing it since, and we've been helping so many Angelenos, and not just Angelenos. We have people that come from Victorville and San Diego and all over the place, just to pick up groceries. We're not your grandmother's food bank, okay? Why I say that? We don't give you a bag. You see the cart with the heart behind us? You get a shopping cart, and we don't mess around. We're not here to take away your dignity. In fact, we want to give you dignity. When you walk in here, it feels like you're walking in somebody's home, and it doesn't feel like, oh, you're here for a handout. Here's a bag. Now get out of here. You get to choose. Everything that we get here comes from the distribution warehouses of, I can't mention it, but the top 5 big, chain stores, and, high end. And we're talking, most everything that we get in here is certified organic.
Sorry. Let me go ahead and put up. I want to throw this up for you so people can see it for themselves. It's incredible what you guys have done there, and it's it's talk about not just helping the community, but you're giving people a way that they can feel like that it's not just every day we have these corporations trying to ruin our lives with the profit over people method. You guys are challenging that profit over people method. Let me put this so people can see. This is kind of what your guys is. So this is the truck arriving. So yeah, tell us more about how this works here, people coming into the store and what they're able to get from this experience.
Yeah, definitely, Matt. What makes us different, like Glenn was sharing, is the quantity of food, as you see here on the screen. Through our Cart with a Heart program, anybody can come into our facility. We're located in Arlington and Venice. Anybody can come and access all the food here. And like Glenn was mentioning, what makes us different from traditional food banks is that we give choice and dignity back to community who may be struggling to afford groceries. So as you can see here, we have lines of carts that are prepackaged with bread, coffee, drinks, different goods, and it's all assorted items. And every week or every day we get something different. So as you see here, we have all of this quantifiable, organic and fresh produce. And we give the choice back to our community by allowing community members to choose what they want and what they need, what suits their needs best for their homes. They're able to get as many fruits and vegetables, herbs, and different items as much as they would like to take home. And we have a lot of community members that share one cart with multiple family members in their household. And so you see here one of our shoppers just gathering and putting everything in their cart. And like Glenn mentioned, you get the entire cart. You get to fill that entire cart with goods that we have here. And aside from the produce and vegetable and bread, we also have a protein section that's administered by one of our staff members that provides each shopper or each person that has a cart their allotted amount of protein. And usually it's different assorted items. It could be chicken. Sometimes we have some organic tofu and different items like that. We also have ready to eat foods that are packaged and fresh and frozen. As you can see there in the corner, we get donations from different places and also restaurants. So we have that section at our site where our staff member pre-packages and adds a little bit extra at the end of each cart so that everybody leaves with something. We also include grains like rice and beans and so many different items. Like we said, right, every day or every week can be different of what you get, but you always get the staples. You always get produce, grains and breads, and also protein. And that goes home with every single family that comes through our door.
Wow. I mean, it's incredible. And being there myself, I can say, I mean, it's quite phenomenal. And the experience walking in, it's like, so guys, if you think about it, it's the complete opposite of your experience of going to like the unnamed ones, the Ralphs and the Luckies and the Albertsons and all that stuff. It's a completely different experience. And you know, I was so impressed when going in there, and you know, Leslie introduced me to you guys, and like we've known each other for a long time now because you know we go way back. But I just want our audience to know, like, these are the type of small businesses. What I would say, this charity here that you're running. This is not just a great, you know, opportunity for people to have this experience, but it's become an essential cornerstone for the LA community. I mean, that's the part that I think I want to drive this point home, because this is the type of thing that you can't just say, oh, well, you know, no, you guys have had this an essential place that keeps the community intact and keeps it functioning, because people rely on this and they have no other way other than this. And that's why it's been such a important part of the LA community. So I guess my question to you right now, because we were talking up front about the ICE raids and how that's affected this community of LA and obviously other places around the country, but primarily in this community with what you guys have been doing. How has these raids affected, you know, farm and service workers, which I guess would directly affect what you're doing with World Harvest?
Yeah, we've definitely seen a huge impact. I mean, our community has really been shaking up by all of this ICE activity. A lot of the families that we serve are afraid to leave their homes, not only because they might identify as someone that doesn't have the proper documentation to be here, but also people that look like Latinos, right? That's the predominant community that's being affected at this time. And a lot of these families and community members are not only afraid to take their kids to school, to go to work, but also to access places like World Harvest and come and shop to get their essential groceries for the week. We've seen a huge downturn of the amount of community members that we have at our site. We're at around 20% of what we usually have in our communities. And already we know that the people that come here, like I mentioned at the top of the show, right? We don't have any type of requirement. You do not need ID. You do not need proof of income. Anybody can come and access our services. But because of the amount of food and how accessible and affordable it is, and I'll talk a little bit more about the affordability, because of that, we already know that a lot of the people that come here are struggling to meet their day-to-day needs or to even pay rent. So now if they're losing work, if they're not even able to make ends meet for rent, then they're definitely not able to come and shop for food at any other big chain store, right? And so we're seeing that a lot of people are not coming in, our regular customers or our regular clients. We don't see them. We haven't seen them for about a month since this has been going on. And a lot of families are forced to choose between their safety or their family safety and being able to access food. And we do partner with different organizations in and around Los Angeles, and they're sharing the same things to us. A lot of families are making that tough choice as to who is going to make the risk of going out to the store and getting food and the possibility of them not coming back. So we're hearing a lot of heartbreaking stories, and then now with the impact to farm workers and potential strikes with farm workers. We're in full support of our farm workers. We definitely understand their demands, and even still, we support them more, especially because what they're demanding is dignity within themselves and the work that they've been doing for multiple years. And so it's a very difficult situation to be in as a service provider in the community. We want to be there for our community, and we are trying our best to partner, to work with other organizations, with schools, but also reach out to community members to support us so that we can continue supporting others. We have operational costs and deliveries and picking up all the amazing produce that you saw, and to keep our doors open, we need the support from the community. And, we're very thankful for the opportunity to speak with you today, because we want to get the word out, not only about our services and our programs, but for others to support us if they can, if they're outside LA, or even if you live within LA as well.
Yeah. And I want to say, before all this chaos started these last couple of months, and you guys have been, and I can vouch for this, I've seen you guys look for ways to help whatever group is struggling for whatever reason. So like, I'll even just throw out that, and our audience knows this, that we, for the last few years, we went through the SAG strikes, along with, the WGA. And so all the industry people that were affected, and they couldn't get, they couldn't afford groceries. They were struggling. And you guys, somehow you were able to put this arrangement together to say, hey, if you're an industry worker affected, come in. We're going to figure out a way to make this work. And when you guys showed the footage of the cards and everything being filled up, I mean, there were people I remember, because I know my own colleagues and actors that were, they already were struggling, and now they're told no work. We're striking. Yeah. We're striking. Yeah. You guys provided that essential outlet for them to stick with it. And one could argue it even helped strengthen something like a strike, because the people were showing up to do the fight, and they were fed, and they weren't worried about, they didn't spend their rent money on lunch, and they were able to still not be evicted somehow and still show up, get their t-shirt, their sign, and do the thing they wanted to fight for without being afraid. But now what you mentioned, this part, this is concerning. You're talking about people being afraid to leave the house, who up until now were just living their lives normally, doing normal things that people do in a functioning community. One would be who's driving to grab the groceries. Now that becomes a problem. Everyone is suffering. What kind of adjustments has World Harvest made in the response to this fear campaign that we're clearly seeing unfold, and it doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon? What have you figured? Are you trial and erroring things? How are you able to communicate with the people that are petrified right now? Just looking, anything working for you in that regard?
Well, you know what, Matt, like you said, during the SAG-AFTRA strike, we had, like, on a daily basis, 200, 300 people that came in here while they were striking. And that went on for like, what, a year, 6 months, a year. And it was day after day after day. Now, what's happening now is the other side of the spectrum. You're not talking about 200-300 families running in here because, of ICE. They're hiding. They're hiding out. And then sometimes I'll see somebody and say, hey, I didn't see you for almost a month. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know what? I only take one day to do all my chores, and this is my list, and I run out, get them all done, and run back home. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
and-
crazy. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Matt. Yeah, we've tried to have as much support out in the community as possible. One of the biggest things that we've been doing is outreaching to community, doing things like this, posting on our social media about the partnerships that we're able to offer different nonprofits or other organizations that are trying to support. We also made a call out to all advocates in the community. We saw a lot of community mobilization and organizing of different advocates going out and doing deliveries themselves. And we were reaching out, letting them know, hey, come to World Harvest, come and see what we can offer you, because you might be spending $300, $400 or more at a regular store, and you're not going to get as much items, essential items, right? And we were seeing that, a lot of community organizers were getting chips and different dry goods and things like that. But with World Harvest, what we wanted to share is you can get produce here, you can get protein, you can get household essentials that typically that's what our community goes and buys at other stores, right? Food that they can cook at home and make their traditional foods, right? So we were advertising that this is something that is more cost effective for their programs or what they were trying to do and help in the community. And we're still doing that. We're still outreaching to different community advocates to come and participate and provide the contribution to our charity and get everything that they're looking for only a $50 contribution, instead of going to a regular box chain store and getting half of what we would provide for a lot more. And so that's how our program works, our Cart with a Heart program. That cart that you saw at the beginning, we have anybody can come in. There's no requirements, and we only ask for a $50 contribution to our nonprofit, to our charity. And that helps us continue to provide these essential foods and groceries for our community, like as you see here in the video. So we have been trying to do as much as possible. We've been partnering with different organizations that are also doing deliveries. And as you can see by the quantity of the food, like I mentioned too, we have a lot of advocates that are coming in and getting one cart and delivering to about 4 families. And they do that either on a weekly basis or they come every so often. And they're doing those deliveries themselves to help sustain the families that are in need right now and are afraid to go out, even to the regular grocery store, to get what they need for their household.
Yeah. We have this is a good question we have from one of our viewers. I'm just going to throw this one up now, but can people volunteer? Is that?
Yes,
definitely.
Yeah.
When I started this project 18 years ago, let me give you a little backstory on that. My grandma and my grandpa, they were rice farmers back in Taiwan. Okay. And, and the way it works way back when is when it's harvesting, everybody helps and each other. And one day, I was probably maybe 7, 8 years old. My grandma at night, as if she didn't have enough to do, she has a little noodle stand right by the bus stop, and she made the best. They call it ganmian, which is like dry noodles, but wow. And every night I would be over there playing around. And one night there's this fellow that came in, and he's eating a bowl of ganmian, in the corner. And I said, Grandma, who is that? And she says, oh, that's Mr. So-and-so. So what he does is he comes and helps me clean up, and in turn, I give him a bowl of noodles. I said, oh, okay, whatever. Fast forward 40 years, I guess, right? 18 years ago, same thing. It was $20 for that same basket that you saw. And that's not staged. That's real stuff that people are putting on there. I bet anybody that your last Christmas and Thanksgiving dinner, when you went to Ralph's or Vaughn's or, Whole Foods, it didn't look like that. Okay. That would have cost you $400 or $500. So this fellow comes in and I said, hey, we're not funded. We're not grant driven. We asked for a $20 donation back 18 years ago. And minimum wage was, I think, just a little bit over $5. And he goes, oh, I don't have the money. And it was so weird, that whole scenario, the whole scene at my grandmother's noodle house, it just came back to me. And I said, would you mind helping me sweep and clean and just kind of sort, good apple and bad apple. If you watch Sesame Street, which of these don't belong together? Okay, you should know, right? And it was that easy. And the guy looks at me and he starts tearing up and he said, you would do that for me? And I said, heck yeah. If you're willing to help me, I'll help you. And hence the volunteer system for food. And he gives people dignity. It's not a handout, come over here. And then of course we still have the people who call us and they say, wait, where's my free food? It should be blah blah blah. And I said, well, we do this food bank a little different, and this way you're gonna walk out with $400 or $500 of food.
Yeah.
And well, I think the story should end there, right?
No, well, I mean, I can attest, and you guys saw the audience. You guys have seen the footage, the cart. You guys literally fill this thing up to the top. I mean, can you imagine anybody at any of these big games doing? It's like the opposite. They want to make they check your bags on the way out. Like, you make sure you got the minimal as possible. Everything. So everything's it's in the reverse. And I go back to this model, this people over profit model, which we just don't live in. That's just not how our economy is designed. So it takes this extra effort for people like you doing a charity like this, like World Harvest, to counter that idea that we always, for whatever reason, our system likes to just put profit over people. And it's like, F you. It's the customer service. It's not, no, when your business model is racking up prices and saying every man for himself and then shortchanging, not to mention the health part. I think that's the part we don't want to overlook. That the part about that you want to focus on foods that actually help people, not get them sick. So we can go on and on about that topic, but absolutely, being here in LA, this is the place we want to shop. We do shop at there, and I think that other people that need to know how to also get to where you are and to participate however they can, even if they're not in the LA area. So I'm gonna put the banner up here, this so people know they can go to the website, worldharvestfoodbank.org. I'll keep that up for a little bit here, and we're gonna talk. I have a few more questions for you, but just want to make sure people know how they can connect with you as they're learning about this. But I did have a one more question about in regards to how are you responding to the current state? Because again, we're understanding that it's less people showing up because of the fear. You're doing outreach with community, with different groups, try and keep the conversation, let people know it's. I mean, I guess you can't really say it's 100% safe to leave your house and come here. You can't say that with certainty, but you can give them the support they need, maybe the mental support, like, hey, it's okay, like let's seize the day, take a risk, come in here, we will be supportive, we will be accommodating. Other than that, I guess my question would be, do you see any other way the workers are able to fight back? I guess I was made aware that there was an actual workers' strike. Is that something? Can you tell us about that? and how effective that has been so far?
Yeah, and that's been a little bit of the challenge for us in responding to this. We want to help our community as much as we possibly can. And we've had a lot of people call and ask if we do deliveries ourselves, and unfortunately we're not at that capacity yet. For our volunteer program, like Glenn mentioned, right, you can come in and volunteer for 4 hours and you will receive a cart as part of your benefit, right? So that's one way we're encouraging community, come and volunteer, help us out, fill in some of the gaps that even ourselves we're experiencing. And other than that, we're trying to work with different organizations that are out doing deliveries themselves and partnering with them
Right.
to provide food boxes. And if any of your viewers know any organization that is doing this type of work, the delivery portion, definitely send them our way. We have so much to offer, and we want to partner with those community members. And I have heard of some potential farm workers strikes. I think there was one planned for this past weekend. I'm not sure if it actually happened, but I heard that there might be a farm worker strike. And that's a little bit scary too, especially because this is where everybody gets their food, right? Not just us as World Harvest, as we're trying to provide services to our community, but also big box stores, right? That's where they get their food. And already with everything that's been going on politically, we're keeping an eye on all of these things that are moving, and all of these different changes that might occur. But we haven't heard anything further in terms of farm worker strikes. I think the only thing we've heard was this past weekend, but I think it either got postponed or it got moved for now, but we're keeping a close eye on it. And, we want to be supportive of the community as much as possible. But we do want to get the word out there that this might be something that might be coming. Once we get more information or an update, I'd be happy to send it over to you, Matt, just in case, and just to let your viewers know, and letting as much community members know. That's why we, want to do this type of outreach now, so that people can start saving now. Instead of going to your local box store, right? Come and check World Harvest out. See if it's something that would benefit you and your family. A lot of people, right, just from videos and pictures, it feels like it's unreal because, you don't see this at all. You don't see this from any other nonprofit. You don't see this from any other store. So we encourage people to come if they feel safe, if they have the ability to come in and check us out, see what we're all about, and see what our cards look like in person. I think that would be the best way to just really see the realities of what we're able to do here at World Harvest. And aside from that, we, aside from supporting community and partnering and trying to do as much advocacy as we possibly can, we're also keeping an eye out on different programs that might be cut in the future, like SNAP or Medicaid, right? We're encouraging community to start coming in and accessing the food or accessing our programs now, so that they can save up for later. We know that these essential programs are going to have a huge impact to our communities, not only the community affected by immigration and ICE raids, but community overall in Los Angeles. I believe we have around 1 million Angelinos in just LA County alone that access SNAP. And so we're gearing up for that as well. And we're trying to get the word out there as much as possible, and also get support from your viewers or other viewers out there to support us. We do have a QR code that we're accepting donations to our charity, so that we can continue providing that essential support to the organizations and other nonprofits that we're partnering with that are providing this essential aid to community members. And we know that the need is going to grow, especially with programs like I mentioned being cut in the near future. And we want to, do as much advocacy and education as we possibly can, to ensure that people have, enough money to pay their rent, their childcare. Sometimes people get sick, you have insurance, the cost of living is going up. There's so many different things that are coming at us, and we're just trying to be here as a beacon, as a support, for people to have some dignity in the way that they access food, and also everyday life, and the things that they have to pay for, and the things that they have to access.
Well, let me brag a little bit about Matt. Okay.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna brag about Matt.
No,
I know
no.
you have thousands and thousands of viewers and everything. Matt and his wife Leslie and the mother-in-law, they come in here like once a month, twice a month, and they put together a cart. I love when they come in because I know what their mission is. So not only are they fixing their cart, I'm dumping stuff in there because I know they're driving across the border, right? Right, Matt? And then just giving it away. So, for those of you out there that can't do what Leslie and Matt does on a monthly basis, please just donate to us. And then what we will do is to do that service that, you otherwise, can't drive across the border or, drive down to Santa Monica or, up in Lancaster and give the food out. So, we will enlist somebody else into it, and you can donate as little as like $1. It makes a big difference, So
let me put this logo so people can do this. They can grab this right now from the QR code. And from there, like you're saying, that there's ways to support if you're not in the LA area, even $1 because it does something.
Yeah.
And so this is, you guys are constantly working on your relationships, maintaining relationships, making new relationships, because this is it takes a village, as they say, but like, you're not just doing this on your own. You need this help. So whatever people can do, we urge people to do what they can and know that it's an ongoing process. There's not just, you don't just get to the goal line and go, hey, here we are. You have to continue mobilizing, continue outreach, because we don't know when the next crazy thing's going to happen. I mean, I started this segment earlier reminding people how much we've dealt with here in LA. I mean, it's been insane. Just this year, just in 2025, we had the fires, and now and you got these raids, and like it's more than just a national story. This is something that affects everyone, and to a point where we have to continue making adjustments and responding to our environment. And you guys have been doing an incredible job responding and staying a step or two ahead. So you're anticipating the next thing that we have to deal with as a community, as a village, as a team, or whatever we want to call it. But so with that, I just want to make sure we've given everybody the information and how they can get involved and do the donation. Here's the website again on the screen. Let me know if there's anything I skipped over, anything else you want to throw out there that we weren't able to cover yet.
Yeah, we just encourage everyone, if you're local in the LA area, like we mentioned, we're located in Arlington Heights. We're in the corner of Venice and Arlington. We're open 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. from Monday through Saturday. If you have yourself or someone in your family or your community that needs support and needs to start saving up some extra money, definitely encourage you to come down and check us out, see our program. If you're interested in volunteering, definitely give us a call. If you go on our website, you can find our phone number there, and also our address and store hours. If you'd like to volunteer, call ahead the day before. we can check with our team in terms of shifts available. We definitely encourage you to volunteer and help out as much as you can. And if you're not in the LA area, or even if you are and you want to continue helping local agencies and nonprofits like us, we definitely encourage you to donate. We utilize every donation to give back to the community. Like Matt mentioned, during the fires, we were able to provide pallets of different food, shoes, and different assorted items to the fire survivors that were in shelters in Santa Monica and also in Pasadena. So we're trying to do our best to respond, and with donations like from viewers like you, we're able to provide that emergency aid on the spot, and that really helps us continue our operations and also continue accessing all of the food that you saw on those videos, and also different items that we try to give back to our community. Yeah, and I think that that's pretty much what we wanted to share. If you know of someone that needs this, share this video, or you can also go on our social media and check out all the different programs. We have so many pictures there of everything that we do and everything that we're moving towards, and also advocating for our community as much as possible. Give us a call. We're always available on the phone if you have any questions for us. And definitely, if you know of an organization or another nonprofit in the area that would like to partner, send them our way. We would love to start a conversation with them and seeing how we can work together to provide essential food. And then lastly, for the Cart with a Heart program, just wanted to share, we always try to drive this for our work. We do not require any form of proof of income, ID, or anything like that. Anybody can access our services, even if you feel like you're okay financially. Come by and save an extra buck on groceries, and also support your local nonprofit in the area. But we do ask for a $50 contribution for the cart that you saw in those videos. So that's the only thing that we ask for, and a quick questionnaire the first time that you come in. And then from there, we just become your local grocery store that you come into. And also, a lot of our staff is a lot of fun. You'll see Glenn in the front. You'll see me from time to time. So we're always a good time. And we just encourage everybody to spread the word and come check us out.
Everybody here has the aloha spirit. I make sure of that. And, you got to come in here, and, your donation keeps us from getting funding. I love that we're not funded and we're not grant driven. And this way I can help everybody. I don't have to check your income. I don't have to say, oh, well, how many cars do you have in the driveway? No. You come in, I'm going to help you. Right.
Yeah, I love it. I love what you guys are doing. It takes a village. Like I said, it takes courage. It takes a strong vision. And especially in the time that we're living right now, we need more of you guys doing this and inspiring others as well. So I appreciate you guys coming on and sharing with our audience. And I look forward to next time. Leslie and I are going to come in soon and see you guys. And
you better.
We'll keep spreading the word. And I'll put this QR up one more time. I know people can go back and watch it on the replay as well. We'll have this up. We'll make sure people get this and then go right to it. Put your phone right up on the screen. Get that right now and save the website. Put that in a bookmark so you guys can go to that and get all the communication, contact. Very personal. You guys, get you right on the phone. You guys get like your phone numbers right there. Just call you guys up, talk to you, and see how you can help. And that's how we have to do it. That's how we're doing it here on the Homeless Left. And keep up the good fight. And let's hope that that people can we get through this fear campaign that's been implemented on the people and fight back and get people their courage back. And that's it. So I just have a good rest of the day. Thank you guys so much, Glenn and Carissa,
Matt,
World Harvest Charities. Thanks so much for being on the show today.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, bye.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. All right. I'm so glad we're able to have that have that opportunity today with Glenn. You guys, if you're in LA, I know we do have a lot of viewers in LA. So get your ass down there. You're not going to want to go to Ralph's ever again after you check out World Harvest. So go ahead and do that when you get a chance, or just go to the website and see how you can participate and be part of the community fighting back. You guys know, those of you guys have been paying attention, you guys know that this ICE stuff is over the line. You guys know it's not about border protection. You know what? You know this is a fear campaign. That's what it's about. Divide and conquer. The MAGA base, a lot of them are confused by this, and they don't see what's happening right in front of their faces. They don't see the shadiness of our elected officials. They don't see. They think that Newsom and Karen Bass are working on behalf of the people and fighting back against evil Trump, and they don't understand that they're all on the same side here. They're all keeping people in positions where they're not going to be able to be vocal. They're not going to be able to fight back. They're going to be scared not just to leave their house, but I mean, let alone get in the street and access their First Amendment right to protest. You're not even able to do that, especially if you can't pay your rent. You can't get your groceries on the table. So anyways, that's we're going to keep our eye on that. And if anything, obviously you guys know if anything else happens in LA, any crazy shit, we'll be right there. We'll be on the ground, not just reporting for Homeless Left, not just reporting for Truthwire. We'll be reporting to RT as well, and giving them the insight too. So we get the message out globally and we get everybody to know what's really going on the ground. Because as Craig Pasta taught us, when at all possible, we go to the story. That's what we do here. We go to the story when it's possible. So we'll certainly continue doing that here in LA moving forward. Okay. I think we should get to your guys' questions now, your comments. Let's go ahead. I know we're 4 hours in now. So let's do a little talking back, and then I got a loudest voice for you guys, and then we'll sign off. So we'll just jump right in. Let's just jump right in. I'll do some of you guys' we'll do some comments right now. Okay, here we go. It's time for talking back. It's talking back with Matt. Let's see what you guys have been up to in the chats. We had some good guests on today. We were talking. We just got off a great conversation with Glenn and Christia from the World Harvest charities. Before that, we were talking with RYAN CRISTIÁN from the Last America Vagabond. Great conversation with him. Co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. We also had DON DeBAR check in with us as well. We're talking Ukraine. We were talking Epstein. We've been talking the Russiagate's back up in the news. So we've been doing all that. The other thing, what else did we cover? Oh yeah, of course, the ICE raids in LA haven't stopped. People are living out a fear campaign in real time right here in LA. So we'll be talking about that discussion. And with all that said, we had a interview with Netanyahu with these two non-journalists. Thought they could handle Netanyahu in an interview, which was a complete disaster. So let's get to what your guys' feedback is here. And we'll have a little dialogue here. Okay. Let's start from Zootzilla from YouTube. Thanks, Zootzilla. America is a movie, and I don't do repeats. Love it. Love it. And of course, free Palestine. There it is. There it is. Oh, Craig William, I appreciate the gesture. I appreciate it. That is THL on steroids with a little LOL at the end. Thank you for that. I assume that's a little energy boost. We need that sometimes. Little THL. Thank you so much, Craig. And then Craig followed up. I can remember when Jeremy Roth Kushel caught up with Congresswoman Gabbard as she made haste up the escalator to avoid JRK's query. So yeah, that's how she behaves. That's exactly how Tulsi behaves when cornered. My first time being in person with her, she was actually the one person I wasn't able to get an interview from. First time we went out as officially journalists, not just filmmakers. So I've been filmmakers, and then I made the crossover to journalists. That happened at Rage Against the War Machine. Not the last one, the one before that, the real one, when it was the 1 year anniversary of the Ukraine war beginning. And everybody was there. I was able to, talk with Max Blumenthal and Kim Iverson, Jimmy Dore, so many, Ron Paul, even Jill Stein. We got a little interview with Jill Stein. Tara Reid was there before she went to Russia. We even talked with Jackson Hinkle. We had a great conversations. Craig Pasha was there and Garland Nixon was there, but I didn't meet them yet. So I hadn't met them yet. This is a while ago. Tulsi was there, and Tulsi was the only one that was not talking to people. It's actually worse than that. She was the only one not talking. And I say talking to people, I mean talking to reporters. We were in the press area, so we were officially press. She was the only one of the speakers that did not talk to press. The only one. Oh, Chris Hedges was there too, but I missed him. He was talking to people. She was not going to talk to anyone. She had her little bodyguard team around her, and she was still technically with the Democratic Party at the time. But man, oh man, did she have an aura about her. This very elite aura about her, or I should say elitist aura about her. And she moved fast and she didn't want anybody. So I just want to say from personal experience, she's always had that avoiding mode to her and surrounding herself with her entourage. So you can't even come up within a person of her. There's going to be 2 arm reaches away if you even attempt to walk up to her with a press pass in the press area. She doesn't want to talk to you. So I'll let people know that. I don't think I ever told that story. So yeah, right back at you, Craig, on that one. Let's see. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, thank you for that. Matt Voss on the right side of the screen is disconcerting. Sorry about that. We play around with the StreamYard. We play around. So we try different combos, whatever suits the eye. And then more from Craig here. Oh, I got the movie references. Thanks for that. This is a lot of good stuff from Craig. Thank you for all this. Let's do. Oh, this one's funny. Okay, Tim Dillon said he senses the beginning of the end of the downfall of the grip on flyover country by the 79-year-old swollen ankles in chief. Tim Dillon is predicting. Now, Tim Dillon, didn't he sit down and have a little secret meeting? Although he admitted to it on his show, but Tim Dillon's secret meeting with Netanyahu. But if he's saying it out loud, it's a downfall. It's a downfall. I think a lot of people are predicting it right now. What kind of downfall is it? Is it that he's so backed into a corner? He's out of excuses. Could it actually be a mental breakdown? Could we see that? I'm not talking Joe Biden dementia. I'm talking about a breakdown that might happen if there's so much pressure, so much wear and tear. Not the dementia setting in, but maybe just an actual mental breakdown from the pressure. That could happen. Who knows? But we'll see. Predictions. We have fun with predictions. We have fun. We'll see. What else we got here? Yep, Ed Rams, most moral army is like saying Rachel Maddow is the most reliable journalist. Speaking of which, I think I just heard that Rachel Maddow got a deal with Stephen Colbert, who recently fired from CBS, and they're going to do a show now. How appropriate. Rachel Maddow doing a show. I wonder if they're going to call it a news show or an entertainment talk show. It doesn't really matter. It's all entertainment. None of it is real. It doesn't matter if it's Colbert's stage or Rachel Maddow's studio. They just look at their cue cards behind the camera and they just read the cue cards. It's the same thing. But yeah, what a great team up that one will be. Can't wait. Long-time listener chimed in. Or it's like saying the Nelk boys are the most reliable journalists. That's good. That's a good one. But ching. Awesome. Thanks, guys. And this is in reference to the Netanyahu interview, if you even call it an interview. It was a propaganda piece. It was a clobbering session. These guys got demolished. They got completely demolished. Leslie, I hate that our taxes are supplying this person. Yeah. I mean, that's the least thing we could say is taxes, but yeah, that's true. Why the hell are we? I mean, this doesn't make it a foreign issue. This makes it it's an American issue. So anybody who says, "Oh, that's over there," that's not. I care about kids in cages here, but I don't care about kids getting their arms blown off. So you're just that's not real. Oh, I care about these brown kids, but not those brown kids. It's all bullshit. If you're a lefty and you're trying that garbage out, trying to posturize, saying, "Oh, I have a heart. We're liberals. We have a heart. We care about kids in cages." No, you didn't care about kids in cages when it was Barack Obama and Joe Biden. You only care about Trump's immigration policy because it's Trump's. You don't actually have a moral compass. You don't have a heart, and you don't care about kids in cages, and you certainly don't care about kids getting body parts blown off of them on purpose. You don't care about that. So yeah, let's just be a little more honest about what we care about. And that is winning and the other team losing. That's what you care about. Great comments here. Yeah, we got a lot of okay. Yes, Ed Rams, exactly what I'm talking about. Of course, targeted on purpose. I agree that anyone who doesn't stand up to that animal is complicit. Thank you for that, Ed Rams. 100%. What are we talking about here? Her silence is in the genocide is also disgraceful. Oh, I forgot. We also had the AOC section we did with Craig Pasta. I don't know if that's your reference there, Leslie, but yeah, come on. Silence is always complicit. Always. Silence is like you're always in line with the aggressor or the person that's committing the crime, committing the violence. If you say nothing, you are complicit with that crime. That's it. That's just laws of science. That's laws of nature. That's laws of humanity. That's all. You can't argue that. Well, you could argue it, but you'd be wrong. Yo, what else we got here? Oh, yes, Ed Rams, this is great. Great piece of advice. Treat everyone with respect, dignity, due process if necessary, and assist the immigrants who are the backbone of this country to get documented. What a radical idea there, Ed. Oh, you went a little too radical. Come on. Let's get back in the middle, get back in the center, get back in the safe zone. That's a little too extreme. What a crazy extreme idea you have there. I don't know if I'm for that. Let's see. Oh, all set in beings. Thank you for in reference to the LA World Harvest discussion. You want to spread the word? You can spread the word right now for sure. And we put the website up. I'll just do it again for people who are watching this on replay and missed the interview. You can go watch the interview right now with Glenn and Christia. You guys can see the entire breakdown of this World Harvest Food Bank. It's pretty awesome. It's here in LA. How you can get involved. You can show up. If you're here, you can just come in and you can get taken care of. It's very cool. Very cool what they do. Go to the website and just check it out there. And if you're not in LA, you can also help out. So that's how to get involved. Thank you, all sentient beings, for chiming in on that one. Let's do a couple more. I'm going to end this a little early because we went over today, and I do have one more segment I want to do with you guys. So let's see here. We'll do let's see. Oh yeah, Ed Rams, did Donald Boy cut funding yet? That's horrible if he did. Is he saving them? What is he saving the money for? For Bibi? Oh, you're talking about the Medicare. Haven't thought of the Medicaid. So that's the reference to the Medicaid. It's in the big, beautiful bill. So it's on the table. But as our guest Don DeBAR pointed out, even if you put something on the table, like a cut, like we were talking about Trump cutting funding to Ukraine, why don't you just do that? Just cut the funding to Ukraine. That's what you ran on. Well, Don pointed out, well, there's a process. So if it's something bad or something good, you're not going to get to the destination. So on one hand, we're not getting the Ukraine funding ending, but if he did, it would actually be harder than just ICE cut it off. It takes time. On the other hand, something like Medicaid, which we don't want to cut, it did get passed into law to cut it, but it's not going to just happen. So the good news, or I would say silver lining, is our process is so effed up that even when something gets signed into law, like the big, beautiful bill, the transfer of the money, the cutting off of the money and moving, because you got to move it over to somewhere else, it takes a lot. And then there's pushback, there's judicial pushback. It doesn't happen right away. So as far as I know, as far as we know here, Medicaid has not been cut yet, but it is on the books to happen, unfortunately. So we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, one more from All Sentient Beings. Very cool community people that actually care about community. Right on. Right on. Okay. I'm going to wrap this one up early on Talking Back. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Your questions, your comments, anything else I didn't cover or anything new that comes in, I'll throw them up on the ending credits. So that's Talking Back with Matt. Okay. Oh shoot, I was gonna do a loudest voice for you. Hold on. We might have some breaking news. Let me grab this. RYAN CRISTIÁN sent me this. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Let's just check this out. In real time. I haven't read it yet, but we do have some breaking news. So let's just grab this. This is Barack Obama making a headline right now. Let's check this out. I'm just gonna throw this up right now because we got the little intro. So let's do it. Breaking news in response to Trump claiming now officially, Trump has claimed that Barack Obama is guilty of criminal activity when it comes to Russiagate. And it's spelled out very much in detail by Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. And Trump did as now, I guess it's kind of gone viral, the video of him announcing it to the press from the Oval Office. But now, apparently, we have a response from Obama. Let's check that out here. We're going to read this in real time because we just got word on this one. Okay. So, breaking, Barack Obama fires back at Trump in rare statement. So, it's a few hours ago during the show this broke. So, let's see. Former President Barack Obama issued a rare statement on Tuesday responding to the latest flurry of attacks from Trump, accusing Obama and members of administration of criminal behavior. Here we go. Here's the official response. Out of respect, let me do the voice. Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Read the statement attributed to Patrick Rodenbush, a spokesperson. Read the statement. So that's the statement that was read by the spokesperson for Obama. Nothing in this document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. So they're saying, this is Obama's teams telling us that the widely accepted conclusion is that Russia did influence the 2016 presidential election, but didn't successfully do anything of importance. So that's the and let me be clear, that's the adjusted accepted conclusion, because we already knew that there was exact proof that there was no alteration of votes. There was no there was some Facebook activity where it was determined that $50,000 was spent on Facebook ads that came from Russia. That's it. That's all they got, 50,000. And if I remember correctly, half of that was after the November election of 2016. So I guess the documents that were released don't validate this at all. I guess that's the end of the statement. That's it. That's all we got. So he's saying, we don't necessarily like to respond to crazy things like aligning me, like associating me, Barack Obama, with a plot to rig the election. We don't do that as Democrats. We don't rig elections. Just ask Bernie Sanders. So the audacity of Trump to insinuate that I would participate or lead the charge in manipulating an election and fooling the American people. Not to mention, we got a Ukraine war out of the deal because you got the Russia influence of, they're trying to overthrow us. Putin's trying to take over the world. So that's the end of that. That's the statement from Obama. We'll see what happens next. We know that RYAN CRISTIÁN, who sent me that, I appreciate it, said earlier that he was optimistic that maybe, just maybe, there's a chance Obama might actually end up in handcuffs. I'm not as convinced. I'm not saying he's convinced, but he's hopeful. I don't think anybody's really convinced that's going to happen. But hopeful, maybe. I don't see it. I don't see it happening at all. But we'll keep our eye on this story. If there's any more breaking news, we'll tell it to you first. If nobody got to it before us, then we'll be first to tell you. That's breaking news today. Okay. Let's now go ahead and do the last segment for today. Hold on a second here. Okay. That was a little sound glitch. Okay. Final segment of today. Let's set it up. We're going to give you guys the loudest voice of the week. I like this one. This is good. Okay, let me just set this up for you guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Loudest voice, and then we have. Okay, here we go. We'll get to this here. I think we're all good to go on this one now. Here we go. Okay. Let's do it. Let's roll the intro. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we're going to give a little attention to Tucker Carlson. We've seen him be very active, engagement, being very vocal about Epstein, very vocal about Trump, not just letting down his base, but seemingly being tied to the very thing that he said he was fighting against. Tucker's also been very outspoken about Israel and Israel's control of our government, our agency, our industries, whether it's media, whether it's entertainment, whether it's Washington itself, the banking system, all of it. So good for Tucker for doing that. Some would say that that's his job, his niche is to kind of be very loud. But does that mean anything's going to happen? Who knows? But earlier today on the show, we had Don DeBAR. We played you guys a clip of Tucker discussing why it's time to start having to saying out loud that Ukraine lost the war. And could that be the discussion needed to have right now? It possibly could be. If it's a matter of saving face and saying, listen, whatever went wrong, whatever happened, we need to start having, and this honest discussion needs to be being had with our friends in Europe, in Germany, in the UK, in France. We need to start having this discussion. It's time to cut our losses. However we got here, for whatever nefarious reason we got here, we don't have to be Putinist. We don't have to. It's not about all that. It's just saying we kind of hit a wall. It's kind of done. You kind of have to just don't be a sore loser and just walk away. With that said, I also think it's important, and we didn't cover this earlier. That's why this makes the loudest voice, that Tucker having these discussions with journalists, with people in other countries. He sat down with this journalist from Germany when he spoke about Ukraine losing the war. And then later in the discussion, he talked about Ukraine and how they have been forcing their men, I would say young men, but most of them are already dead. So it's the older men now. They're forcing them, physically forcing them onto the battlefield to die. If you guys haven't seen that happen, I'm going to show you a clip of them doing this. We see this all the time. Every week we see more of this footage coming out of Ukraine. This is how they recruit people to fight and die for, I guess, for NATO, which they're not supposed to be a part of, but that's what they're doing. They're being used as cannon fodder in a proxy war against Russia, and they're being forced into battle to die for that cause. Here's a clip of that, and then we'll get to Tucker's response.
Вибачте, ну собакою, ну.
Що ви делаете?
Яка квартира?
Третий этаж.
Давай.
Зачем ты меня бьешь? Как здесь?
Нет! 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 Ты куда?
Нет!
Нет! Нет! Ты телефон взял?
Oh, Matt, that just looks like an isolated incident. No, there's tons of this. This has been going on for the last couple of years. This is what they do. They go around and round them up. Does this look like anything familiar? This look like something we might be experiencing here in LA? Maybe an ICE raid? Much worse than I'm not, no disrespect to people dealing with ICE raids, but this is ICE raids times 10 because you're going to your death. That's what's happening. You're not just being deported. You're not even being put into a super prison in El Salvador, which really sucks. This is much worse than that. This is much worse than an El Salvador prison, super prison. This is going to your death. That's what this is. All my liberal friends here in LA with their Ukrainian flags still in their social media profiles think this is totally cool. Well, we're going to look at Tucker's response to this. This is just one example. The response to this happening for the last several years, and that we're funding this garbage. And when you hear him tell this German reporter, talk about human values and how we look at the world, think about this is not just about Ukraine. What he's doing here is he's sending a message about how we need to look at humanity, and we can apply this to everything. And I think Tucker might be onto something. He might not even know how big he's on to, because this you could apply to a lot of things when it comes to how we treat people when we claim to be in a democracy, but we feel this entitlement to force people to do what they need to do for our benefit. And I say us as in the people who control the world and control these systems. All right, take it away, Tucker.
You can't boss people around. You can't force them to go die without a really good reason. You can't just conscript people and send them off for your stupid war because you're mad at some other leader. You can't do that.
We get to that, to
Right?
Ukraine, but let's talk first.
I want an amen here.
Yeah, well, I was in Ukraine a lot, but like...
No, it's not about Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's about how you treat other people. You can't just tell someone, leave your wife and kids and go die because I say so. What? Do you think he's a human being? No, you don't. If you behave like that, you're not looking at a human being. You're looking at an animal, an object, a slave, someone you own. I reject that completely. You want me to go die for you? Tell me why I should. Convince me.
There's many people in Ukraine from the beginning of the war who went to the front line defending Kiev, went there, and nobody had to force them. But I wanted to, we'll talk about it.
And right now, where are we now?
well,
How many
complicated
healthy
situation.
25-year-old Ukrainian men are left, and how many are anxious to continue fighting this war? Are there any?
There is people who are anxious, you're right. But there's also many people I meet at the front line who tell me that they want to fight, and they say this
Then why is
independently.
and by the way, it's not just Ukrainian, but why are they rounding up young men and middle-aged men and men with Down syndrome, and it's on video, I think those are real, and throwing them into vans and driving them to their death? I don't understand that. Like, why is that okay?
There's a lot of videos around, like on Telegram, on X, you know, I see them myself. But if you talk to people in the country, it's not that nobody wants to fight and that they all, you know,
I'm sure many people do want to fight.
Yeah.
I'm taking your word for it. I'm just saying, what about the man who doesn't want to fight? Like, I don't understand, where does Zelensky, who's not elected, who has stayed past his expiration date, he does not have the mandate of his people. I don't think anyone would argue that he does. And if he does, then why don't we have a referendum tomorrow on his leadership? Where does he get the power to send men to their deaths? It's not about Zelensky or Ukraine. It's a fundamental question about the relationship of the individual to the state, which is, where do you get the authority to kill me?
Great question. Needs to be asked, needs to be forced into this guy's face and everybody else that has any concept of what democracy is, that we keep fighting for democracy, our way of life. Everybody wants to stop America because all of our enemies are out to get us because we have democracy. What does that mean? What is our relationship to the state when they demand that we die for them? In context of these type of conflicts that are not real, in the sense they're not sincere. Putin trying to take over the world. We got to stop it. This is all about warmongering, psychopaths, money laundering, tricking people into things. And when you figure it out and say, I don't want to do that, I'm not signing up for this, and they say, no, you are, whether you like it or not. What type of relationship are we having with our state, and how dare we call this a democracy? So yes, keep at it, Tucker. This is great.
Where does that come from? And no one asks that. And I feel like it's my job to ask that.
You've been asking that. Other people have been asking that. But I wanted to
hear anyone asking that in Germany. Like, what is this? How do you have the right to hide this from me? I don't get that. Where does that right come from?
It's not hidden. There were reports in Germany talking about that, you know, like that people were fleeing.
Pipeline. Who wrecked your economy? Every time I bring that up to a German, and I am very...
Well, there's many reports about it. But Mr.
Many reports.
Well, I mean, they're still investigating, you know, and
really,
yeah, the German authorities. And there's the latest reports came out from the journal saying that Ukraine is behind it. So I know you have a different opinion on that. But I have one question, Mr. Carlson, because we were talking about
curiosity.
We'll come back to.
Okay. Made him uncomfortable, and he should be uncomfortable. So those are the type of conversations we need to have. And again, this is outside of just the U.S. We need to have this with all of our apparent allies in NATO. We need to understand, like, we're part of a gang. Just so you guys know, we're part of a gang. NATO is a gang. And the way gangs work is that you sign up. Then if one of your gang member partners, affiliates, gets into a war or a conflict or a battle or a street fight or a shooting incident, you are entitled to get their back and go wreak havoc and get revenge if they got shot. It's gang behavior. So more than ever, if you're part of a gang like NATO, so this is why you want to talk to people in Germany, talk to their journalists that are stuttering through these interviews. That guy clearly wasn't prepared, but let them know, like, what have we had this discussion? No, we haven't. We haven't had this discussion about what gives the state the right to, if I say I don't want to fight for this shit, you're going to force me to my death, and we're going to pretend that's democracy. So there it is. That's Loudest Voice of the Week. And I'm giving it to Tucker because he's had a series of great moments, and we've kind of, went through them quickly and didn't give him his proper attention. But I want to say that this is more of a, not lifetime achievement, more of the last several weeks when it comes to calling out the Epstein disappearing files, Israel's control of our country, and just being anti-war in general. So good for Tucker. Let's have these conversations ourselves. Let's bring this up with any of our friends and family that have that still have that Ukrainian flag in their social media. Let's talk to them about this. If they might not even know that Ukraine is behaving this way and going around rounding up dudes that are clearly getting into their 30s, 40s, and 50s because all the 20-year-olds are already dead. So conversations, that's the key. Tucker Carlson, loudest voice of the week. Okay. Let's go ahead and wrap things up today. I want to say thank you to everyone who partook in today's show. Great show today. We'll leave the replay up for those of you who missed it. It'll be up there. We're trying to get the segments up a little quicker now these days. So that's a good sign. But yeah, thanks to all of our guests, our special guest today. Thanks to RYAN CRISTIÁN, the last American vagabond. I got to get that right. Christian. That's how Craig Foster says it. RYAN CRISTIÁN, last American vagabond. DON DeBAR, Glenn and Chrissia from World Harvest. Thank you both for sharing your story. Craig Foster, Jardula, of course, our co-host. Great work. Yeah, great conversations as usual. Tomorrow, I'm just going to plug this real quick. Tomorrow, I believe Craig Foster is going to be on Hard Lens Media with Kit Cabello first thing in the morning, so don't miss that. I'm going to be joining Garland Nixon tomorrow morning as well. I think you guys will be able to piggyback from Hard Lens right into Garland. I'll make sure Craig knows to tell Kit to let their audience know they can go right into Garland. I think it'll be perfect timing, actually. So you can go from one to the next, kind of, jump from one to the next one. And then later tomorrow evening, Jay Scott and I will be hosting an X Spaces event. That'll be on X around 6 p.m. Pacific time. So it'll be an evening deal. And then we'll be back here Thursday. I'll have Jay on co-hosting with us on Thursday's show, The Homeless Left, and we'll be bringing in none other than the Utah doctor who saved a lot of lives during COVID, who recently went to trial and won. It looks like he won the case. It's a great story. His name is Dr. Kurt Moore. He'll be joining us live on Thursday's show. So we got a lot of cool stuff coming up. Thank you guys again for all of your support. Don't forget, you can hit the subscribe, the like, the share, all that stuff. We really, really appreciate it as we fight against the what do we call this? The censorship industrial complex, the war machine, the Western imperialist machine, the Israel-U.S. war machine, and the Greater Israel Project. We fight Big Pharma. We fight all of it, guys. Let's keep fighting the fight. And this last thing I'll leave you guys with is one more little clip from the Netanyahu interview, just so you can see how the boys at those Nelk boys have to be educated. They said they're going to go in there for a history lesson, and Netanyahu is going to tell them and all their audience how great Israel is, and they're going to be good little boys and pay attention and take notes because we need to know how great Israel is from the murderer psychopath himself, Netanyahu. So we'll leave you with that, and until next time, remember, always go out the world with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. We'll see you guys next time. Power to the people and free Palestine.
Biggest misconceptions are about Israel?
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open, liberal-minded city on earth. Israel is a high.
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you can vouch.
Yeah, no, we had all of it.
So, look at that. How about women, okay? Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women, I'll tell you what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. The prime minister has military secretariat and usually has a general and it has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot, navigator, on leave from the Air Force to do this work in the Prime Minister's office. You know what she did now?
Hmm.
She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's the difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran. And boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom.